this is going to be no back in time. And the run starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, now you're all stuck with me for about 6 hours, so let's have fun. Right, so first thing we're doing is skipping cutscene. Yeah, cutscenes, because this is hero mode. It's just because hero mode is significantly faster and it has so many more benefits, even in a glitchless run like this. And this run is also done in Japanese because it's the fastest language. And yeah, I think the first thing you'll notice is that there's like virtually nothing to talk about when it comes to this category, because most of the any percent is usually really hard to commentate on because there's so many glitches, so many things happening all at once. So commentary's probably gonna be a bit dry, but we'll see. Hero mode allows you to skip cutscenes. It has basically a quicker Skyward strike, and I think there's like a few other benefits which I can't remember because I'm dumb. Oh, double damage, yeah, that's the whole point of hero mode. But yeah, this is kind of the tutorial phase currently. This is not anything groundbreaking. This is just doing what Howlin tells us to do, or Horwell, I can't remember which one's which.
Yeah, Horwell's the guy with dark hair. Alan's the one with grayish hair.
Yeah. So first of all, we're just going to go to Zelda because that's what we were doing. Stream looks laggy. I don't know if I should because I'm bad or something. Oh, it's because my PC's overheating. It makes sense. I'll fix that in a minute, but for now we're just going to go speed. My PC overheats. Why does this not surprise me? Okay, so I think because there's not many glitches, we can kind of talk about the story. So basically how it goes, right, is that you are on Skyloft, basically, and today is like the night exam or something, and then basically you try and like find your bird because you need like to fly your bird in like the race, which is the exam, but these dickheads kind of hide it, so I have to go look for it. Now conveniently we already know where it is, but yeah. Aren't we playing as Zelda already? Yeah, no, Link's is Zelda, that's why it's called Legend of Zelda, no, yeah. But no, this is, yeah, this is Link. I don't know why I had to specify that, I'm pretty sure everyone here knows that.
Yeah, so now we're going to get something that is not really seen in any other categories anymore, which is the practice sword, which...
I don't know why I expected there was a stamina fruit there, I've been playing way too much randomizer.
Yeah, it's interesting because like there's on different layers of Skyloft there's like stamina fruits in different locations. It's really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll see like there's a lot of things in No BiT that because back in time isn't a thing. Like for example, practice sword, you'll only see this in No BiT. Like all 3 imprisoned fights you're only going to see in No BiT, among other things as well.
Yeah, so now the instructor here is like, why are you sneaking off with this sword? And then you tell him your loft wing's missing, and then he's like, oh, okay, it's fine.
Yeah, he's like, it is acceptable. Yeah. But now, yeah, okay, so now we have the practice sword. The reason why we got the practice sword in the first place was because our loft wing is kind of, we need to go into the cave. In order to access the cave, there are some logs we need to cut down with either practice sword, or you can do it with bombs, but we're not going to have bombs this early. Like, you just can't get bombs this early, it's impossible. So now with Sheikah Stone, they are completely useless for speedrunners, so we're just going to ignore them.
Well, completely useless in this category anyways.
Oh yeah, no, they're useful in other categories, yeah. I only really run 80% and 80% no BiT, I don't really run anything else. I mean, I guess if you consider, like, bingo and randomizer as categories, then I run those as well, but, yeah. Oh, so yeah, now we have the practice sword. We can now go ahead and go into the cave. And these are, like, the logs I was talking about, where you can't get past them without a sword. At least in, yeah, I'm just going to say that. I'm not going to mention bombs again. But, yeah, cool.
Yeah, there's a, yeah, so... There's Yeah, so you did a diagonal slice there, which allows him to front hop over the shortest log.
Yeah, that's kind of precise. That I don't need to kill my. Yeah, I was like, I don't need damage down because in virtually every category here you do because you die because of back in time you can only access it if you die. Unlike games like Twilight Princess or Wind Waker where you can do a void out, like that doesn't work in Skyward Sword. But that doesn't matter because back in time is useless. UK land, no. Okay, so now here's Zelda. We're kind of on the hunt for the Loftwing, like, together, so... We both kind of meet up here and then find a Loftwing down here. This is like 10 out of 10 gameplay right here.
Yeah, it will get a little more exciting eventually, but
yeah.
The Skylock segment is just kind of, just play out the tutorials, kind of.
Right, that was really good cage break. Coming up is actually something really hard. Basically, I don't know why I was mashing 2 there. There's a cutscene. No, so basically, coming up is a Wing So Many cutscene skip. It's basically after this tutorial, Loftwing tutorial, there's a save prompt, and you'll get 2 frames to side hop. And if I do it, I'll skip an entire like 2 or 3 minute cutscene. There are no visual or audio cues, so you kind of just have to press the button and hope for the best. Yeah. So this is an auto-scroller, this. So yeah, just kind of get through the text as fast as possible and back a bit at this point, and then yeah. Is there any percent, 100% no bit, or any 100% no bit? No, not currently. I mean, someone's probably ran like really obscure categories, but not on the leaderboard. Okay, so that's the end of that. We're gonna cancel the prompt and then just press the button and hope for the best. If I get it, I'll save 2 minutes. If not, we'll just watch a cutscene and with like more Groose in it. Ooh, got it. Almost went back into the cutscene, but we're good. Yeah, that's kind of like the first scary part of no bit is that cutscene skip, because in other categories you can like you kind of have like a crutch of like you just like select another file because you'd have more than one file at this point, but back in time you didn't have that, so you'd have to watch the entire cutscene. Whew, so that's like the first scary part of the run done. But yeah, so now this is like the race or something. It's pretty easy. You can't lose this. Now here's Groose being a dick, and they're kind of sabotaging. I don't know why they don't get like penalties for this, but whatever. Anyway, bad joke is bad. So this is really easy. Like, just follow the Loftwing and you're good. And hopefully he'll give us a good RNG, because you can sometimes just not do that. Like, I think that was decent, I'd say.
Yeah, because it's basically like the bird will eventually turn either to the left or the right, and you kind of just like lead it a little bit, and then it's fairly easy to get.
I almost messed that up. Yeah, so this is like skydiving segment, which isn't hard, but I almost messed it up. Okay. Yeah, 2 cutscenes here. I remember that. Okay, so now, basically, in those 2 cutscenes, a lot of shit happened. So basically, the Wing So Many ended, and then Zelda got basically thrown into the surface with like a tornado. And then we are like, well, what do we do next? And then Fi appears. Now, Fi is our companion in this game. She's pretty annoying. She kind of likes to interrupt us, which is annoying. But now we're just gonna like chase her to the goddess statue, because that's just what we're meant to do.
Yeah, there's awesome music for this section, and we actually get to do this whole section in this category.
Yeah.
The only other category that does like any of this is 100%, but 100% like cuts off the Fi chase like immediately to do back in time. But since this is no back in time, we get to do all of this.
Yeah, and again, it's like this category often shows off like a lot of the game, which is kind of missed in speedruns, because like compared to any percent doesn't really go through any of the story. You just kind of go to Faun, go to Earth Temple, go to the Nehru, early boss rush, then you're done. And it's like an hour and a half. But no BiT is basically kind of nicely showing off most of like the mandatory stuff in the game, at least from a glitchless perspective. Come on, these enemies are not being nice to me. This is like about as bad RNG I can get with these enemies. Oh, okay, I thought I was far enough away, but coming on. But yeah. Something else I was going to mention, but I forgot it. Nice. But this is like just simple movement. I think a lot of this run is just going to be simple movement. Again, there'll be some sequence breaks and glitches, like throughout the run. Like, I mean, I guess if you can consider the wing summary cutscene skip a glitch, then boom, we've already had one. But for the most part, this should be a glitchless category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you'll notice that every time he's going into a cutscene trigger, some loading zones, he's going to be trying to deplete his stamina into those loading zones, basically trying to optimize the usage of the stamina meter. Yeah. The other thing is the last quarter of the stamina meter refills at, or is consumed at half the rate of the remainder of it. So you basically is always going to be trying to stay within that last quarter as much as possible.
Yeah, it's like a lot of his movement is really based around stamina. Because if you look at previous Zeldas, that doesn't have a stamina, that you just kind of roll. But here rolling is faster by like a frame. I don't know why I expected there'd be a cutscene roll. But yeah, I was like, yes, I know the speed is quite laggy right now. I'll try and fix that in the next convenient point. But for now, we'll just deal with it. So anyway, so now basically, now this, upon getting the Goddess Swords, we basically also get the Emerald Tablet, which allows us to go to Farron. And this is basically kind of the first kind of third of the game, or the first 2 hours of the run is just going to be hunting for Zelda. Actually, I can do it now. Yeah, just excuse me while I prop up my laptop, or my toaster with coasters, so it doesn't heat up and die. Yeah. Cool, skip cutting quickly. But yeah, cancel this prompt because it's useless. And yes, we will be on our way to the surface, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so we now have the hero's tunic, and about to get the adventure pouch, which allows us to store a shield, and we'll be getting 2 bottles during the run, and specifically because there is a section later in the run where we're going to want to fill both of those bottles at the same time.
Yeah. It's like, so like in a lot of categories, actually, you do skip the adventure pass, but not in this one. I think this one you can't skip it. I don't think oh no, you can't. And there are other categories as well where you can't skip it. So basically here we get the shield. The shield is not useful. No, it's not required at all. But because it's so conveniently here and it speeds up so many fights, like we might as well get it.
Yeah, especially because like this category basically has to fight every boss that like is sped up with the shield, so you might as well get it. And also, yeah, so this is also like one of the only categories that actually now gets Tunic before Farron 1.
Yeah.
Just because very recently it was figured out, like there was figured out this setup for early Farron Pillar that basically meant that you could get into Farron without, it's faster than almost every other category to go to Farron without it, but again, this is no BiT, so we have to do a lot of this in the intended order. Yeah, alright, so I'm going to skydive here because just to skip a fight cutscene, and as this cutscene's playing, I'm going to mention something that someone's saying in the chat. So basically, for a lot of this game's history, 80% actually look very similar to this category. Like, this category was virtually the same thing. Like, there's a few, like, back-in-time, like, BiT warps, and maybe, like, the odd, like, early Thunderhead or something. But in general, this is basically what 80% looked like for many, many years, until, I think, 2019, when big Zelda speedrunner Gymnast found out a way to manipulate back in time, or to get, like, set scene flags from back in time onto save files, is when the game initially got cut down to 2.5 hours, and now is at 1 hour and 22 minutes. So 80% now looks a lot different, and just most categories for this matter.
looks a lot different from this.
Yeah, so doing some jump slashes to dodge the Deku Babas there. Voiding there saves a couple frames.
Nice, I got like frame perfect sailcloth twice, which is like very risky. You don't want to do that because if I missed it by a frame, I would have like lost damage or like lost health. Now losing health in most categories is very useful because you'd want to be close to dying, but you don't actually want to die because dying in most categories. But in No Back in Time, unless it's the like occasional death walk, you do not have a reason to actually die. So you don't really want to lose health in most cases. In some cases you do because of death warps, but in most cases you don't. Like now. So basically, yeah, now we're in Baron. Yeah, sorry guys, a lot of this commentary is just going to be, yeah, we are here, now we go to X place, because not really much interesting happens in this run, it's just kind of, a lot of it's just movement from point A to B, and just keep doing that until you get to the end. But nah, so currently we're in, Farron. In order to like progress, in order to get in the Sealed Temple, we need to kind of strike this, which basically kind of, sort of, quote-unquote, unlocks this spiral here of the Sealed Grounds.
Yeah, we also got the dowsing ability,
Nice.
which we're not ever going to really use, but...
Yeah. I mean, I'll use it for finding the ship in Sand Ship, but that's about it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's basically then during that sequence, like, Fi asks you if you want her to explain dowsing, and then you say no, and then she explains it anyways.
Yeah. Okay, so we mentioned about bottles earlier. That's one of the 2 bottles we'll collect. Yeah, Revitalizing Potion. It's useful.
Yeah, and I mean, in this category, there's not really, I think, a defined point where, like, using the Revitalizing Potion is routed in. It's just kind of, like, sometime before, like, the Ancient Cistern.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like, I don't even know where I use it. I kind of just use it whenever I feel like it, or whenever I'm at, like, low health is, like, optimal, I think.
Yeah, I think, like, maybe Linearu 1, like, at the beginning of there, because there's some things there that where it's really easy to take unintentional damage.
Yeah. But this is, like, yeah. I probably do use it in, like, Linear 1, but, like, this is all, like, about, like, an hour stuff. So, yeah.
Also, Impa is very picky about that beacon placement.
Yeah.
So it's like, if it's slightly off, Impa will say no and make you place the place the beacon again, and you'll lose a bunch of time.
You do lose quite a lot of time to that, yeah. But now we placed it quite well, so that's good. Also, this cutscene shows the place you did actually place the beacon. You can remove the beacon, and this cutscene will still play, and it's just the game is like, hey, have a look at some sky.
Yeah. And we're also in a bit going to see one of the other benefits of Hero Mode, which is the empowered Skyward Strike.
Yeah. Boom, and they're all dead.
Yeah, basically you get in Hero Mode, you get the Skyward Strike from that you get in normal mode with the True Master Sword right away. And it's super overpowered. It trivializes a lot of the combat for, like, the first third of the game.
Yeah. Did the schedule get rearranged? No, for this marathon we are on schedule. I think. Okay, so now, basically saving this guy, well, first of all, it'll open up the ability to go to Fountain Woods, and second of all, it'll open up ground bird statues, even though I think they're already open, but we don't need to know that. So basically, these are used to, like, get to the sky as well. Also, log jump, this is actually saves time in No Bit, because you only have to do this once. And there you skip, having to push it all the way. But yeah, no, bird statues, they'll be kind of useful. I'll be, like, randomly checking bird statues so I can fly to them later. Which is kind of why I randomly checked that one. But for now, we'll just continue our way through Fountain Woods. And more logs. which I messed up. Like this, the diagonal slash can be quite precise, especially with those logs. I always seem to find that those logs are a bit more picky. Yeah, but like more Skyward Strike stuff, which I almost messed up, real. But now we go.
Yeah, like this is kind of what I like to jokingly call the first cycle of Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
In basically every category except for any percent, like you're basically forced to go through this section to eventually get the slingshot.
Yeah. Because the thing, like all categories except any percent require B-wheel items, and the only way you can get B-wheel items is by getting the slingshot. And and in order to get a slingshot, you need to find all, like, you need to go on basically a Kikwi hunt. Kikwi is basically like these little guys. They're pretty cool, but we need to like find all of them round Farron, which there's only like 4 of them, so it's not that hard, but it does kind of take a bit of time.
Yeah, just a lot of text and running around.
Yeah. So like this part is here just kind of like bonking into like these mushrooms so that this guy can so basically like progress to finding him. Also, here's another neat trick I'm gonna do. Bonk. Yeah. Bonk. There we go. So basically, that like reveals a vine down, and now we can use that to like basically get places that, or not necessarily get places that we can't get to now because we can. It's just like it's basically like an unintentional shortcut because you meant to like shoot that down with the slingshot. But
I guess you're getting, I guess you're getting the in the wood statue later.
Yeah, it's like it's faster to get that statue after this thing, after getting the slingshot. I think it was like discovered just before like Back in Time became crazy that was the thing. But just like other routing stuff. Okay, so yeah, now we have Phi. Basically. She like comes out and says, yeah.
Yeah, all of the Kikwis here except for one are scared of Phi, which is interesting. Like, I think they kind of were trying to just, like, inject a little humor into it, but yeah, just kind of interesting that we'll see eventually the one Kikwi that isn't, but...
That Kikwi do be big brain, though. He's probably the smartest one. So anyway, so here's, like, the Master of Camouflage that is, the Kikwi Elder. I mean, I didn't see anything. Did you see anything? I didn't see where it was.
Yeah, I totally did not see anything there.
Alright, so yeah, now like a lot of this, conveniently like a lot of these Kikwis are shaped in a way that we can basically just go like through Farron in sort of like a anti-clockwise circular fashion. Like we don't really have to backtrack at all, so we can just like we can get this one, we can go over to like the left side of Farron, we can get that 2 there, and then we're done. Also loops a roll, I've never got this because it's frame perfect, and I didn't get it there because it's like it's frame perfect without a visual audio cue, and it only saves like 3 seconds, so it's like it's not really like worth it. Although I just attempt it anyway because of the lols. Well, but yeah, now cool. Now again, this is like more Phi stuff. She just pops out to say every little thing, and it's like shut the fuck up. But yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple segments where it's particularly bad, and this is probably one of them.
Yeah, like she literally pops out every time like you need to you like find a Kikwi, and it's kind of annoying. That's like my biggest complaint about this game, really. And like, yeah, there we go. She just yeah. But yeah. So that's like 2 down. I think we've got like 2 more Kikwis to find, and then we can get the slingshot. Yeah. Again, this is just running. A lot of this category you just find just running.
Yeah, so coming up here, this is Erla, and so you want to cut the grass here, ideally in 2 Skyward Strikes carefully to not uncover all the grass around Erla, because otherwise that Kikwi will start moving, and then it's really slow.
Yeah. And more fi, just in case you didn't get it the first, like, 2 times. Oh, yeah, green rupee here. Great. Well, that's our daily dose of green rupee.
Yeah, but this is one of those categories where it's like, you're going to eventually get the green rupee text, and so, like, ideally you get it somewhere where it doesn't interfere with your movement or a combat situation. Because you can easily accidentally pick up a rupee in a combat situation where, like, where the rupee text has insanely high priority.
Yeah.
Like a Skyward Strike can be mid-air and you pick up a rupee and the Skyward Strike just disappears.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying, yeah. Okay, so now here's like all the kickeries and stuff. Now we can go back to the Master of Camouflage, and then basically he'll give us the slingshot. Okay, it's like pretty hard to find, so we might have to like look for a little bit. Oh, there he is. Alright, cool, found him. See, that was like very nicely camouflaged. Okay, of course I'm joking. He's like. Anyway, so now it's just a bunch of text boxes, and then we'll get the slingshot. Now, slingshot, first of all, it's required for like getting to Skyview and stuff, but it's also required because without it, we couldn't actually get any other the B-wheel items. And just about everything in this game requires a B-wheel item, whether it be like bow, claw shots, gust bellows, or like whatever. Laying in that position seems uncomfortable for his nose. Yeah, I'd agree.
And I also want to point out about that text, like there's a bunch of places where there's text options, and usually like actually it's interesting because in Farron 1, like the left option is almost always the fastest, and then for the rest of the game the right option is almost always the fastest.
Yeah, but I think here it's especially special because if you like if you choose the wrong option, it wastes like a few text boxes. Okay, so now here I'm gonna like push down this log because it's gonna be useful later. Because a lot of this game does have backtracking. Excuse me, there we go. A lot of this game does have a lot of backtracking. Also, I got a cutscene skip there. And I'm gonna check this statue because again we'll be coming back to this area later. But for now, we'll just kind of make our way to Skyview, which is the first dungeon of the game. And yeah, and no back in time does actually complete all the dungeons because it has to. I think the 80% category only has to complete the first 2 dungeons. All dungeons, I think, and then every other dungeon. No, every other category has to finish all dungeons, I think.
Yeah, I mean we've been talking about like with 100% that there might be a route where we. For very complicated reasons, we don't technically wind up finishing Fire Sanctuary, but for really weird reasons where we just fight the boss, get the heart container, and leave, but there's some really strange reasons for that.
Yeah. Also, there I just skipped a Phi text with a Phi text. Basically.
Yeah, Phi text is one of those other things that has insanely high priority. In this case, insanely high priority over other Phi text.
Yeah. Okay, so coming up is a trick called Extending Below. Now, it's pretty random. It's a 1 in 4 chance because of the knockback. If I get this will basically be really quick. I got it in my PB/world record. But we'll see if I get it here. I don't expect to get it because it's a really low chance, but we'll see. Yeah, that bounce seemed too low. Okay, that's fine. We didn't get it.
So we get to see the other trick to do this area instead.
Yeah, I just killed that grasshopper. That was amazing. So next thing up is kind of cube warp. I mean, you could use this next bokoblin to do a backup extending blow, but why would you do that? You're crazy to do that. But nah. So basically, you load this. This is like a very easy version of Sword and Shield skip from Twilight Princess. You load this bokoblin over. And blue, and done. And this cube will actually teleport your position, so we don't have to go around the long squiggly way.
Yeah, this is the only goddess cube in the game that has a cutscene attached to it, which is really convenient.
Okay.
Log.
Now, I tried to skip this fight text, but apparently I was too late, which is great. So now you'll just see a huge fight text. Yep.
Yeah, I guess. Also, did you push the log down?
Oh, I didn't do that. I'll do it after. I forgot to do that. I'll do that after Skyview. Or should I just do it here? I don't know. I don't know which one's more convenient. Actually, no, I'll do it here. Don't see why not.
Yeah, I mean, like, you already triggered the Phytex, so
yeah.
it really doesn't matter.
Yeah. Like, if you got Extending Blow, you would actually push this log down after. Because this Phytex wouldn't be here. BiT is a glitch called Back in Time, and it basically allows you to play on the title screen, and it is a huge glitch which saves about 4 hours of gameplay. Okay, so bit slow Deepwood section, but we should be good.
Bit slow, I thought this was no bit.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, we like our bit puns in the Skyward Sword community.
No. Okay, so yeah, so this is Skyview. Now, in virtually every category, the first section of Skyview is skipped. I don't know about 100%, but I know in all dungeons and any percent definitely you skip the first section of Skyview. But in No Back in Time, you can't because the only way you to skip it is with Back in Time, and that is a glitch, which is not allowed, so we just go through this normally.
Yeah, so there's some interesting strats in the first part of Skyview that, like, are interesting.
Yeah.
And you don't really get to see them in any other category, because, yeah, even 100% will skip the first half, because there's...
Okay, yeah.
I mean, there's nothing but small keys here.
Yeah. I mean, there is a dungeon map, which I guess you could get as like a thing you might need to collect, but it isn't, so... Okay, so, yeah, so the first section of this Skyview is basically you have to get a small key, and in order to do so you need to raise this water, and there are like 2 switches that we should probably, that we have to basically select, or not select, have to hit with like either slingshot or whatever. Yeah, nice, I can aim with slingshot. Also, this game is done with motion controls, I just want to mention that now. Motion controls aren't actually as bad as most people think. They do have their moments where they kind of just... Boy, don't ruin my day, spiders. Yeah. But yeah, they do have like their moments where they kind of mess up, but for the most part they're fine. Okay, so going back on here, you can like go past this spider, but it's kind of precise, and I choose not to because this is easier.
Yeah, I know I've been able to do the roll through the webs, but like then if you miss the roll through the web, it's really bad.
Yeah, because
like,
I think not only do you like fall, but you also like take damage and stuff. So it's just like that's just a more convenient way of doing things. But yeah, so this is just kind of similar thing to last time. We just have to kind of go through this section here of Skyloft. Oh, it's Skyview, same thing. Just like raise more water, and once it's high enough, we can actually go to the next part of, or we can get the small key. Also, you can just hear a bunch of those mini spiders dying.
Yeah, by the way, that was a really nice bonk that didn't lose any time.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the only bonks which don't actually lose time, because bonking is really easy in this game, for the amount you can like roll and stuff.
Yeah, there are a few bonks that don't waste time, but yeah, that's one of them that I guess I hadn't even really considered until I just saw that.
Yeah. Oh, I actually pressed the home button. Off that thing, nice. Okay, so now I have to kill this spider because he's really annoying. And dead spider, that's pretty cool. And then we just basically do this thing with the eyes, where you just like rotate your sword. We do this 3 times in No Back in Time. The first time is initially when we enter the dungeon, second time is here, third time is later on. I mean, I don't know if I'm winning. I'm probably behind on my PB because I didn't get Extending Blow, but yeah. So I don't know if that classifies as winning, but this is, other than that, this is a pretty decent run for the first half an hour. Like, we got the cutscene skip, and Yeah. As long as we don't mess anything else up, we should be good to get at least a decent time. So now here's like, after this there's like this like huge big like circular room with a lot of useful things in it. And yeah, the Japanese version is the fastest, purely because the text speed is insane compared to other versions. Okay, so basically, yeah, here's like this big circular room. Now, in order to progress, we need this item, like, we need like the beetle, which is one of the beat wheel items, and the only way of getting him is basically by killing this guy. Because, yeah. Yeah, Korean is close, but not as good. Also, I'm pretty sure this fight is quick without shield, but I don't know who this fight shield is. Which I probably should know, but whatever. Anyway. I don't think we've actually used the shield, so we haven't really justified why we got it in the first place. But there are fights which do make the shield a better item, or a useful item. But yeah, here's the beetle. If I had to guess, I'd probably be about like 1 or 2 minutes behind personal best, or probably more than that actually. I can't remember. I know I got like beetle in the low 30s in PB. So now here's a pretty neat puzzle to kind of get you introduced to the beetle. Basically, this is still locked, but you have to fly the beetle out to here in order to unlock it. So I think I just thought that's pretty neat.
Yeah, I think like everyone who plays this game is always basically likes or like thinks that that's a pretty neat puzzle.
Pretty neat, yeah. So basically now we can continue through the dungeon. Now there's basically like there's a final room of the dungeon which in order to activate we need another small key, and the only way of getting that is to go through this like west wing of the dungeon, which is why we need the beetle in the first place. Because I think if we could get past the small key requirement, we wouldn't actually need the beetle for this dungeon specifically. We probably need the beetle for a bunch of other things, but just not this dungeon specifically.
Yeah, there's stuff later on where the beetle's required, and you actually get an upgrade for the beetle eventually that is required. But
yeah.
So it's like there'd be a lot of stuff that would have to happen for the beetle to be skippable in this particular category.
Yeah, and that's kind of true with like most of the B-wheel items, like especially the slingshot, because that's how you get all the items to be unlocked. It's like through all these things. But yeah, so now this is like the third eye puzzle. After we kill that spider, we just do some stuff. I think stream is okay. It's kind of a bit laggy, which is really not surprising because I'm the one running this. But I think we're good. Bit of lag, but I'll just continue because there's nothing wrong with it. Okay, so yeah, third eye puzzle. Again, you just kind of do a circular motion with a Wiimote, and it's cool. But yeah. And then we can get the second small key. Yeah, I think as Exto explained in the chat, you kind of need slingshot to get every other item, or every other major B-wheel item. So that even if we need like just like the beetle for like one use, we'll still need to do like the kikwi hunting for the slingshot. It's like, yeah, it's that basically that's kind of requirement.
Yeah, it's really interesting that they did it that way, and it like affects all the other categories as well. Because like, we'd really love to be able to skip the slingshot because it's so slow to get, but just unfortunately, like one way or the other, we have to do the kikwi hunt in like pretty much every category. That's not the main 80% category.
I mean, we have to get it in Yerbal as well, and that's like you only need the slingshot for that. So yeah. I'm gonna kill this guy because he's really not. Okay, well, I'm gonna try and kill him. He doesn't look like he could pose much of a threat, but he can be kind of annoying. So now here I'm just gonna kill these Deku Barbers though, just the 3 here because you only need to kill them. You can leave these other 2 here, basically. Like, I'll try to get this, but unless we're like stupidly far out, then we'll get it. But yeah, we're just kind of continuing through the dungeon. This is like, yeah.
So yeah. By the way, so like in the in all the other categories, like this is basically the point where Back in Time would let you skip to in this dungeon.
Yeah, because like just about in like every category they'll use Back in Time, and Back in Time would place you around here so that you can like. So yeah, this is like what every other category looks like, including 80%. So there's a spider here. I'm going to do a spider jump because it's just significantly quicker. Yeah. There is a way to, like, I mean, you could do that casually with, like, the beetle and stuff. But it's just quicker to do a spider jump, and I know how to do it, so yeah. So yeah, this is the final room. I think, again, if we could, like, get that second small key requirement out, we could just, like, go here immediately, but, yeah. Oh, he's gonna do this thing, right? This coupling can be quite annoying. There we go. Yeah, health-wise, looking good, but yeah, you continue, yeah.
Yeah, you'll also notice that Kikai opened a gate that is going to be useful later because we will actually be coming back to this dungeon in like an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yeah, because you have to cut. It's like the only Zelda game where you actually have to revisit a dungeon a second time.
Yeah, and actually, like, this is also the only category that is forced to do the revisit.
Yeah, all the other categories, like, skip the revisit, I think. For various reasons.
And actually, no, 100% has to, like, stop in, like, for one thing, but it doesn't actually, like, finish the, like, Skyview 2.
Yeah. I missed the vines here, by the way, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know Exto was in chat earlier, has a Vines tutorial that he likes to mention when people mess up Vines.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, have you watched the Vine tutorial? It's kind of useful because you just messed that up, and it's like, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, first boss of the game, let's go.
Okay, so the first boss is Girahim. Girahim is basically kind of like a recurring villain in this. Yeah, he's like the Zant of this game, if anyone's familiar with Twilight Princess. So first phase is pretty easy, just spin attack and do a bunch of other stuff. Second phase we're getting a little bit more interesting. So he has 3 attacks, he can either hold the shield up, dash at us, or do like darts or something. And this is kind of RNG, and optionally you'd want no darts because it's kind of like slow and just like no damage done to him. Okay, so there's first darts. I was actually looking pretty good up until then. Come on. Could be. Okay, that was just 1 dart, so that's like really good. I've only seen that pattern like 4 times or something. Like it's kind of, normally you get like 3 or like 4 darts if you're unlucky, but yeah. Yeah, 1 dart is incredible. I've only ever seen 0 darts like twice. So, that's good RNG. And that was also a perfect fight. Yeah, moral of the story, don't mess up Vines. Vines is like, because it's not the intended way of going back there, it's like fast, it's like, hard to do, but it's faster, so we do anyway. Okay, so now this heart container, I'm going to pick up this heart container, but yeah, I need to run to it, yeah. Like, this is the only heart container that I'll intentionally pick up in the run, because it's the only one that's fastest to do so, as again, we're coming back here twice. And also, 7 hearts is better than 6. For safety-wise. So that's the first dungeon done. Yeah,
it's basically, this is like the whole your princess is in another castle thing. So you get the ruby tablet, which unlocks the next major area. Because basically the game world in this, or the surface world, is divided into 3 areas that we're going to be visiting multiple times. But yeah, we're going to be now going to the second area.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, cool. So now here's Machi. just because. I think in every category, I think you'd skip this cutscene. But in no BiT we can't, because there's no way of like manipulating our position.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a rather short cutscene, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually one of those cutscenes that, it's, you get to skip it, but then it's actually winds up being useful in, 100% because the cutscene's presence in Back in Time can function as a teleport, which is, kind of interesting.
Yeah. And it's like with Back in Time, it's not just limited to like Skyloft and stuff. It's limited to well, it's not really. It's only limited to like Skyloft and Farron, and just yeah. But anyway, yeah, a lot of Back in Time stuff is confusing, and if we talk about Back in Time, you might be like, I have no idea what they're talking about, and that's fine because it's really confusing, and we're not really going to go into much detail about Back in Time because there's no need to. If you want to have a look at Back in Time, you just look at like 80% runs or the videos that Gymnast has put up.
Yeah, there's a video that Gymnast made very recently that talks about the history of Back in Time in Twilight Princess in this game. That was really well done.
Yeah. If you want to know a little bit about Back in Time and how this game basically progressed from what was this category and then it basically progressed into what it is today, I'd recommend watching it. So here's Ruby Tablet. Basically, again, the first third of the game is just unlocking all the regions and chasing after Zelda, essentially. And that's really all there is to it. There's not just, again, more movement. Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
so
yeah.
luckily there is a platform right here that we can dive off of to get back to the sky. Because there's actually a cutscene trigger between here and the main part of Skyloft that we want to avoid because it's the first part of a side quest, but it's a really obnoxiously long cutscene.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically there, I tried to dive off, but I misjudged the stamina, and so that didn't really work. Anyway, now we go to Elden, because that's what that's where Zelda is, presumably.
And we also get to see in Elden a bunch of things that aren't seen in any other category.
Yeah.
Because Back in Time would let us skip a lot of things.
Yeah. I'm also going to remove my shield here because it's wood, and if you basically get on, that was weird. But basically if you get put on fire with the shield on, the shield basically just goes away, and we don't want that. So here's this cutscene. Yeah, these are two Mogmas. Mogmas are kind of the inhabitants of the Elden region. You will see them in other regions later on in the game, but just for now they're just sticking to Elden. Yeah, text box. So yeah, now we progress through Elden. Now I think this early part of Elden isn't really shown in any category, I think.
Yeah, 100% in an older route used to go through this part, but it doesn't really anymore. There's a lava cycle here that you want to try to make, or it's really slow to have to wait for it again.
Yeah.
But it's fairly easy to make it.
Yeah, that was back behind me, but yeah.
Another thing that's really important in this category especially is ammo management with the slingshot. You want it, basically, missing seeds is really bad.
Yeah, because I'm down to 1 seed at this point, which is kind of not that great. So
yeah, luckily,
yeah.
Yeah, eventually there are some refills up ahead, but then you kind of have to go a little out of your way to get them.
Yeah, I think the next refill that I'll intentionally get is the one in Earth Temple, like just before the big boulder section. But yeah. So now basically we just like blow up that because it also like unlock this area. So we can basically go into the magma turf. Now, because of Back in Time and how we can like manipulate our position with Back in Time, like we can just in most other categories, you bet like the Star of Elden would be basically be here. So that's cool. One thing you've noticed me doing is I've been pressing the C button just before cutscenes. That's really just to skip like a very, very small cutscene that happens like just after the end of cutscenes, which saves like 0.2 seconds each time, but it like adds up and it's not that hard to do. So this is like probably the best example of the upgraded Skyward Strike. So kill this guy, lure all these guys over here, one big Skyward Strike and bam, they're all dead. Except one guy, because of course one guy always has to live. Why not? There we go. I didn't even see him, but okay.
Yeah, and about the C-up thing, there's one in particular that like actually saves like a second and a half, and I'll point it out when we get there.
Yes. Yeah. So now I have Ding Mitts. The reason why I have Ding Mitts is really just to kind of progress through the dungeon. Also, I think the dungeon item for the 6th dungeon is an upgrade to these, so we'd probably have to get these anyway, I think. Okay, so now basically place the bomb here, and for some reason we don't take damage, because reasons. And yeah, we're basically just kind of going through Elden. There is not much to this. If anyone wants to say anything in chat, you can, because this is like, again, most of this category is just reacting to the stuff that's happening on screen. Actually, there is one thing interesting that's happening right now, circles. Basically, if you roll into this cutscene in a very precise way, I don't think I did it then. Yeah, if you roll into a very specific way, Link will just run around in circles, and that's it. It doesn't save any time, but it looks cool as shit.
Hey.
Yeah, cool. Alright, so now here's Impo and stuff. And that's about it. That's like the instructions you get to Impo is just that.
Yeah, so that's a statue we're checking for later.
Yeah. Like, that's like the main reason why we check statues, so we can get to it later.
Yeah, and in that particular case, it's like 3 hours from now is when we'll be landing there.
Yeah. Okay, so now just float this with a tower, and then we'll get to basically the top of, or not like, we'll get to like the furthest up of the volcano you can, now at least, which is like about midway up the volcano. I don't know. Like, the rest of it's out of bounds, so. Basically, we get into the entrance of Earth Temple.
Yeah, and then like we do a little bit of like manipulating the cycles of these bokoblins that are throwing down boulders to get up past them without having to defeat them. Basically, by just like carefully managing our stamina as we run up, and basically as you try to make sure that they're like about to go back and grab another boulder as you run up to them. And this is the point where in every other category we would be kind of making a joke about how this is a very clearly locked door, but in this category it's actually a locked door that we need to find 5 key pieces to open.
Yeah, because like in like every other category you'd use Back in Time to essentially open this door. And then, like, you'd skip having to get all, like, the keys for it. But we don't have Back in Time, so we just need to get the keys. I'm pretty sure it's, like, the wrong thing there, but whatever, I don't care. Didn't lose too much time. So now, finally goes to dowsing for keys, even though we really don't need dowsing. So, bomb there. That might have been a weird bomb, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if that didn't work. And this is 1 out of 5 keys. Okay, that bomb throw did work. Okay, cool. Yeah, and there is that's where a key piece is that we'll get to later. But yeah, we'll just kind of go around Elden and get all the key pieces, and then we'll enter Earth Temple, which is the best dungeon, which not. It's the worst dungeon in the game. Yeah. It's kind of nice how we get like the biggest like the worst dungeons out first, like Skyward and Earth Temple, and then we like get to like the good dungeons like Ancient Cistern and Sandship.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people, I think. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know that I particularly liked Earth Temple casually, but then when you're doing it in the speed run, it's just awful. There's just so many ways to lose time in Earth Temple.
Yeah.
And it's ironic because it's like it's probably also the one that has like the most little cutscene skips and stuff, but it still is just awful.
Yeah. Okay, so now I'm gonna save here for a death warp, which means I should probably start damaging down. Yeah. I don't really want to use anything seed related, like slingshot related, because I only got like 1 seed and I'm gonna probably use it sparingly. Okay, so here I'm just gonna take some damage, and because so basically at the end of like the game, the 5 keys would want to optimally be at like 2 health or 2 hearts. And again, you probably noticed that we're taking double damage, and that's because it's hero mode, as it says on the thing on the restream. Yeah, again, just kind of making our way through Elden. Nothing interesting is happening so far.
You know, we do have this little slow section where we have to go all the way around this path to get to the other side of the bridge that's not like extended yet.
Yeah, but we can extend it here by rolling into this.
Yeah, but it's a section too where you kind of have to be careful with your stamina management because you do not want to fall off those vines.
Yeah. Okay, so now that's like mandatory 1 heart damage. I think you can get past there without taking any damage, but I've never done it. Apparently Gymnast has done that once, but I haven't seen that, and that's just kind of from what I've heard. So that's up in the air.
Yeah, I think like I've always treated that as 1 heart mandatory damage, and I think like
yeah. I mean, if you could get past that without taking damage, it must be like frame perfect, like every way.
Yeah, either like Exos in chat earlier had done some damageless attempts, and for those he actually got a Guardian Potion Plus, which gives you temporary invincibility to get through that cave without taking a hit.
Yeah.
But here we specifically want to start taking damage, so it's actually beneficial.
Yeah. So here are the 5 keys, and conveniently we're at 2 health, so we can just essentially die. And yeah. And we are basically almost 1 hour into this run. Fun. Okay, so now we can get past the locked door, and now we can go into the worst dungeon of the game, essentially.
Yeah, the dungeon's gonna start off with a camera manip where we turn the camera around so that there's a couple of platforms that are on a cycle, and if we face them away from the camera, they are going to be at the correct part of their cycle when we get to them. Because basically objects that are off camera tend to freeze because the game doesn't tend to want to like basically kind of unloads the objects that are off camera for the most part.
Because if I'm going to use the beetle to cut this down, in any percent you'd actually skip the beetle and you'd still have to get past it, so you do what's called a key skeet, and that was great, Skyward Strike, yeah. So basically, like, you would lure that piece over, and why am I failing this? What's wrong with motion controls? But yeah, you'd lure this piece over and you'd do like a Skyward Strike to like aim specifically at that and stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, he was attempting a cutscene skip there. Basically, you want to, if you can roll over that gap, it skips the cutscene of the drawbridge.
Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna collect like 10 now. And yeah, just so like, I can like keep having more than just like one seed, because we're gonna use like the slingshot throughout this dungeon virtually.
Well, basically the first half of the game. Eventually, like once we get bow, it'll start superseding slingshot. But like slingshot, like is used heavily, like in basically the first third. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so like, I could have like done a cutscene skip there, but it's been ages since I've done that, and I just forgot to do it. So here's another small cutscene skip. Basically, if you throw this bomb here and it explodes, and you basically skip the cutscene of that opening, which is slightly faster. Here's another one where you use the slingshot. So basically, and you just skip the cutscene of that starting. Now this fight isn't too hard. Just spin attack, extending blow, and regarding they're not in awful positions, like there, you should be good. Yeah, that was that fight, and now here we get the bomb bag. An hour and 1 minute in. I can see how far in front of like of my PB. I don't have my splits up because I don't really like using splits for marathons, but I think I'm like about a minute behind PB because I think I get around the hour mark. I'll double check that.
Yeah, well, I mean that's close to the amount of time you lose from no extending blow.
Yeah.
Which, again, extending blow is an RNG thing, or that like you basically have a 25% chance of getting. So that basically like if you don't get it, you just usually just eat the time loss.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm ahead of my PB by like 40 seconds somehow. I don't know how I gained that time, but I'm not complaining. Because like a lot of it, the deep wood section was about as worse as it could be. Like I missed the Flytix cutscene, I missed the extending blow, I missed quite a lot of things. I did get cube orb first try. So here's a party that you'll see skipped in just about every category as well. This boulder section. Now in other categories you'd use back in time to skip this, but back in time is not a thing in this category, so we can just go right through it. We have to go right through it rather.
Yeah, there's also this like this ridiculously difficult TAS-only setup for a lava hop to skip this section, but nobody goes for it.
I think in like the early days of Skyward Sword when this was in 80%, I think a runner called Tender went for it, and he was like, apparently he got like 20% at the time. I wasn't speedrunning the game at this point. It's just from like what I've heard from people who were speedrunning it, like Indie Kenobi or something. But yeah, no one goes for it because it is virtually TAS only. I think people have been able to get it, but not consistently.
Yeah, also there was a bit of a camera manip there again, because there's a lava spout cycle that we want to be at a good position for when we get to it.
Yeah.
So again, we keep it off camera as much as possible so that it's frozen where we want it. You can kind of see it behind the gate now.
Okay, so yeah, okay, so apparently from exit he never did it in a run. Okay, yeah. like, yeah, I think like, him trying to do boulder skip was probably very similar to like me trying to do lily pad skip when Ancient System was an 80%. That was fun. Although I think I did get it in a run, but that run didn't PB. It was like 2 minutes behind. Anyway, yeah. So this boulder section, it's like normally it's not too hard. You just kind of roll, literally. So now here's Chimera's peg skip. It's basically like if I do a jump slash correctly, I should be able to skip doing both of these. It's fairly precise-ish. We'll see if I get it though. This is not the. I don't want to be this position on the boulder, but you know, okay, whatever. That was I messed it up so badly. It's like the position was off, so that kind of threw me off a bit. And I kind of just tried to adjust, but it didn't work. It's fine. It doesn't save that much time, because I can just go around here and just jump on this one. Yeah. Die, geese. Yeah, like normally it's not too hard, but like my position was off. But anyway, so yeah, now we progress into Earth Temple.
Yeah, and it's like this whole time you also want to avoid taking damage as much as possible, because when it comes to the boss of this dungeon, the optimal strats have you taking intentional damage.
Yeah, and so we want to be at 6 hearts for like beginning of that fight at least.
Yeah, and it's like with all the keys and everything around, it's really hard to avoid taking damage, but
yeah,
once you get to this phase, it's actually like pretty simple. So here, Kikot's doing a strat known as stutter sprinting, where he's basically repeatedly tapping the run button to conserve stamina so that he can make it all the way up that slope in one go.
Yeah.
Which skips the puzzle that the devs intended you to do of like blowing up a boulder halfway up.
Yeah.
Like it's to the point where I think like most speedrunners probably forget that that isn't the intended way of doing it.
Yeah, no, like I actually forget that is even that even exists, that puzzle. But yeah. But anyway, so now we basically get chased by that boulder. We're not fully like Indiana Jones yet because we don't have the whip. I know, very sad. But yeah, so now we get to the second boss of the game, which is Skaldera. Skaldera is not the most liked boss by any means, but he's a boss that we have to fight nonetheless, in I think every category basically. Like, yeah, like you fight him in 80%, you fight him in this category, you fight him in all dungeons, I think, and you fight him in 100%, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically forced to, and like, basically, like, this is kind of the last thing where it's like, in order to get to the third region of the game, you have to beat this dungeon, which is why, like, a lot of Skyward Sword runners, or pretty much all Skyward Sword runners, hate this dungeon.
Yeah, like you have to get through this dungeon to get to the Lanayru region, which is like which is like where there's like a lot of interesting stuff there. So we're gonna be picking up 7 bombs because that's how much you would realistically want for this fight optimally. So we can have bombs left over. Yeah, as Exto says in the chat, Skaldera is unskippable since we need to get to Lanayru in every category.
Yeah. And also, we passed by the cutscene that I was kind of referencing earlier, where C-upping into it saves a second and a half.
Oh yeah, I forgot that.
Which is, it's kind of ridiculous, like, how much that one in particular saves, but
yeah.
It's basically because, for some reason, when you C-up into some cutscenes that end with a camera pan, the C-up will actually cancel the camera pan that happens at the end.
Yeah, but I just forgot to do that C-up, but I don't know why I always forget. It's that one in particular I always forget. But anyway, so here's Skaldera. So this fiery meatball will just chase us up here, and so hit, bomb in mouth, slash, 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 repeat. That's really all this fight has to offer. And yeah. And this fight is it's like really hard to do perfectly, just because of like how much of like the timing that you get to like do the scout strikes and stuff. And yeah.
Yeah, and you really want to carefully control how much damage you do in each cycle to basically reduce or eliminate the RNG factor. Because if you get off script with it, it becomes a heavily RNG-based boss that, and it becomes even worse than it already is.
But that was like a really smooth Scaldera fight. Yeah, that's about as good as you can realistically find a Scaldera fight to be. With bombs. There's like, in any percent, and I don't know if it's with, I think it's just with any percent. I don't know about any other categories, but in any percent you fight this without any bombs, which is not fun. Just like makes this fight harder and worse. So yeah. So now we head to the Nehru. So again, like a lot of this like first third of the speedrun is just unlocking regions and stuff. Okay. And also this door is based on a cycle and I think I missed it, which is why we had to wait an absurdly long time. But anyway, we are now out of that awful dungeon and now we can actually get to the Nehru.
Yeah, Lanayru is a pretty cool region. And Lanayru is also the first region where we actually get to do some, I guess, like semi-real speedrun tech, and we can skip a significant portion.
Yeah, because even though this is technically the glitchless category, we still do skip a decent chunk of, or like we still have a few glitches which, okay, they don't skip a decent chunk, but they skip like a little bit. They skip like random detours and stuff.
Yeah, and like if I know for a lot of people, like including me, like way back when I played this casually, like the Lanayru just felt like this huge region, and because of all the sink sand everywhere, that was casually kind of annoying to cross and everything. And in the speedrun, we have like really good ways of dealing with it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's like, as Exo mentioned, there's like Lake Floria skip, which we'll do in the second time we visit Farron. Basically, it skips like having to climb this like big tree in the center of Farron, and it'll like skip a bunch of other things. Like it'll skip basically all of Lake Floria and the Great Tree. And again, like even though this is technically the main glitchless category, there are still some small glitches in this game or in this category. Yeah, and it's like the skip itself isn't hard. It just skips. It's like a fence hop, and it skips a lot of the game, relatively speaking, for this category. But yeah, now now it's Farron or Lanayru, same thing. Yeah, I guess like one of the reasons why I really like this category just because how chill it is. Like, there's like no stupidly hard glitches, except I mean there's like the cutscene skip, which is like the only hard part of the run. Everything else is pretty chill. Okay, there's some of the hero skip, but we'll not talk about that right now. Everything else is just kind of really chill, and it's just kind of playing the game. It's pretty neat. So here I'm going to dive in a very specific way so I can manipulate which like loading zone I get, and I'm trying to get one closer to Farron. And I don't know if that worked or not, but also I probably didn't. That looks towards Thunderhead.
Yeah, but
oh, that worked. Nice.
Yeah, the reason that again we dive off that platform is because there's again a cutscene trigger that exists in the way of going to the main Skyloft Island, so we want to avoid that cutscene trigger because it's a long cutscene that opens a side quest that we are not doing.
Yeah. But yeah, now we get to Lanayru 1. Lanayru is definitely probably the hardest area to do well because of just how many enemies there are. It's kind of like Earth Temple if Earth Temple was a little bit easier damage-wise. I will use my revitalizing potion here, which is, I think, optimal. I'll probably put my shield back on.
Yeah, and this is also a section that you don't really see in any other category.
Yeah, because you'd use like what's known as a bit warp to like warp yourself to the end of this category or the end of this area virtually.
Yeah,
oh, nice.
And you can already tell why we skip this in every other category.
Yeah,
like,
oh, I missed that. Okay, that's a bit too early. Yeah, I tried to do a spin attack on like these shoes, but that was too early. Continue. But yeah, and as you were saying, it's like it's really slow having to do all this and stuff.
yes, this is like this minecart that you just have to push all the way to the end. That's really slow, and
Yeah.
there's a couple of these slow cutscenes here where the game's introducing you to the main mechanic of this area, which is actually a really cool mechanic of time shift stones, where this area is now changing into the past, where everything was like technology and like everything was like there was grass everywhere, and now in the present it's desert.
Yeah, I think this is like a really cool mechanic. It's probably why Lanayru is my favorite region out of all of them. And yeah. Yeah, so yeah, and there's like time shift zones. They're only like limited to like a few like meters. So it's like as we're here, we're like back to the desert sort of thing.
Yeah, and then coming up is going to be the first instance of a brake slide, which is especially useful in sink sand,
Yeah.
because it lets us
no.
it lets
Ooh, that's flash. Yes, I continue.
yeah, it lets you traverse it without consuming as much stamina.
Yeah. Basically, how it consists of you holding ESS down, which is like the ESS is the part of the controller that's just outside the dead zone, and then Link will just kind of do a shuffling animation because you're not meant to go, you're not meant to do that in quicksand, and it's like, and because it's like a negative value, for some reason it's like really fast or something. I don't know the exact science, but basically, you hold a specific thing on your nunchuck and Link just goes really fast. Okay, so here's time to stone. I'm gonna try and snipe this. Yeet.
Yeah, and basically, like, if there were ever to be a task of this game, which tasking this game is really hard for basically because of the motion controls.
Yeah.
Like the task would use brake slides a lot.
Yeah, like a task would use it in like movement and stuff, but because doing it on like movement is much more precise, it's like in RTA at least it's faster to just do normal running. So now we're like kind of like the main area of Lanayru. Like it's kind of like circular motion. That's like a clock to like a center point, which is going to be where the third dungeon is. But first we need to raise it. Oh god, this guy's annoying. Yeah. I tried to like manipulate the camera so they're just like so the motion would just be stopped, because that's how like this game deals with enemies being off camera to save memory. Same reason what we did in the Earth Temple. But so basically we have to like raise so basically we're at where the third dungeon is, and we need to like raise the dungeon, otherwise we can't get to it. And in order to do that, we need to like activate a few switches, and to get to those switches, we need to get what's known as a hook beetle, which is just a beetle upgrade. So this is like the optimal way to do this fight, and I'm going to jump slash here so this cutscene is optimal. Yeah, just so it starts automatically, and then we should get the hook beetle, and then we'll see probably the best instance of brake sliding in this category, where it's like used to skip having to go all the way around like the Temple of Time area. So it's like another one of those like glitches, which in an actual if this was a glitchless category, it would probably be banned, but this isn't like a glitchless category. It's just kind of the official glitchless category because there isn't one.
Yeah, I think like actual glitchless.
Okay. My nunchuck decided to die, so that wasn't really good. That wasn't a good example.
Yeah, the brake slide's the most convenient way to get there. There's another method of skipping the Temple of Time area that involves luring a Ampulus into a very specific position where you have it at like a 45-degree angle, like climb the wall from it.
Yeah.
But it's much more difficult, and so yeah, it's the brake sliding method, although very difficult in its own right, is the best way of skipping the whole Temple of Time area.
Yeah, like you don't have to deal with like any enemies or something with this. It's just kind of, if you mess it up, you mess it up. Okay, so I'm not gonna kill this guy. I don't need to. Please don't go left or see me, which you just did. Very useful. Okay. Alright, so place bomb there. More brake sliding, and then yeah, this is like one like the first of the 3 switches and stuff. And like the 2 of these are like just rooms you have to complete. The 3rd one is just hidden behind a rock or something. So here's more brake sliding because why not?
Yeah, brake sliding is going to be a common theme for
I missed it. Okay.
most of this first trip to Lanayru.
Yeah. I can't believe I missed that. That was so bad. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, normally this isn't as hard brake slide as the other one, but apparently I'm bad at it today. There we go. Anyway. Nice, I sniped that there. But yeah, so basically these areas consist of like traversing through it when it's like in the present, and then you just like hit a time shifter, and then you get one of these baby Ampulus, and then you do something in it like in the past, like what we're doing as Hook Beetle. Using these baby Ampulus to like activate the switch to open the door, and then activating the switch itself to open up the 3rd dungeon.
Yeah, effectively these are the power generators, and once we activate all 3, we can activate the main generator, which will cause LMF to raise out of the desert.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this node I think is the one required use of Hook Beetle before LMF.
Yeah, pretty much.
Although I guess since we skipped the Temple of Time area, like the Temple of Time area is where like you'd otherwise be required to use the Hook Beetle a bunch to progress.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, that's the first out of the 3 nodes, and they're like all kind of scattered throughout Lanayru, so you have to do a bit more running to get to them, but not like too much huge running, because like each area is fairly short, relatively speaking, to something like Breath of the Wild. But yeah.
Yeah, and it's like you really want to have your shield equipped like in these areas with the Ampuli, because if you have an Ampulus sneak up on you, then and you don't have your shield ready, it can sometimes be really awkward to deal with.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And I mean, so one thing is like we do want to eventually get to 2 hearts by the time we enter LMF, but you want to ideally take your damage in a like controlled way.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, just kind of going through this area. Nothing else much to say, really. Also, I'm probably gonna like try and lay off on the talking since we're only like an hour in, or an hour and a half in, and my voice is already dying. Okay.
Yeah, this is very similar to the previous one.
Yeah. The only real difference is there's not like a chasm you have to like do something on, so you just kind of pick it up and throw it. And hope it doesn't electrocute you whilst you're doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the awkward part of this particular one yeah, you kind of need to time it so it doesn't decide to spark up while you're holding it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Damn it. I don't know why I reached my claw shots there, because I don't have those yet. And we won't have those for like another 1.5 hours. But yeah, I guess I'll like randomize the muscle memory or what, I don't know. So yeah, just check that statue because we'll be approaching here later. I don't know why,
Yeah,
but
it's also like in most other categories, like you can get claw shots early, but not in this category because it would require back in time, which is banned for this category.
Okay, I'll just press the seat there. Great. There we go. Fuck. Yep, so that's all like the 3 nodes done, and now we can basically go ahead and open or raise the 3rd dungeon.
So yeah, I mean LMF is gonna be kind of just a little bit similar. There's a lot of like sink sand and then use of the time shift stone mechanic.
Yeah. Also, there's like this code which we already know, so it's not a huge deal. It's like meant to be like where the 3 nodes or like where the 3 switches are laid out on, basically.
Yeah, basically where they are on the map, but yeah.
And with that, we're basically entering the linear mining facility, which is the 3rd dungeon. I think this dungeon's okay. It's not my favorite dungeon, but it's by no means my least favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one thing is there's some like auto-scroller-ish segments with it, although we skip like a little bit of that.
Yeah, pretty much. Right, so right off the bat there's like a hook beetle requirement. And then yeah. So open the sword, progress.
Yeah, I think it's the only hook beetle requirement in this dungeon, actually.
Yeah, there are more hook beetle requirements in the game, but yeah, this is like the only one for the hook beetle. Right, so first of all we need to get a small key in order to advance to the dungeon, and the small key is conveniently relatively close to us. It's like through this door and do a bunch of other stuff, and then we get to the small key. Here's a small key. We didn't really have to do much. I just like blow up something. And that is odd movement. Nice. just get some bombs, because I think we're running quite low, I think. At least we would do if we wouldn't have gotten those. No bit just means no back in time. Basically, it's like, the biggest glitch in this game is called back in time, and, in this category it's not allowed, which means it's, like, mostly glitchless. I guess there's like another hope beetle requirement actually in the dungeon, I think. But that's about it, I think. No, I think you can get this with a bomb throw, actually. So hope beetle isn't like required, it's just faster, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually also a demonstration of you can also use the hook beetle with your own bombs. Which oftentimes
there we go.
Is faster than like they'll always like in rooms where they expect you to use the bomb with hook beetles, there'll be a like raised bomb flower, but in a lot of situations it's faster to use your own bomb.
Yeah. So someone's question about back in time, is it as bad as OOT? Not necessarily, because the run is still about like an hour and a half long. Because you still have to like open up things like the gates of time and stuff, but you only need to go through like the first 2 dungeons or something, so it's like it's broken, but not like 1 minute wrong warp broken. It's more broken as in like just you can skip a lot of the requirements. But yeah, any percent of this category is quite interesting. It's it might hurt your head the first time because it's pretty hard to keep up with what's happening on screen. It's not really called true any percent because it requires pre-made files which are banned in speedruns. I mean, okay, well, blank hero mode files don't count as pre-made files, but yeah. Here's the Gust Bellows. This was required to actually finish the dungeon, so we need to kind of go out of our way to get these. I did kind of forget to do a bit of damaging, so I do need to have like 2 bombs here.
Yeah, but it's faster to death warp here, just because it's convenient to just be right at the start of the dungeon.
Yeah. Yeah, open the door, please. So now with the Gust Bellows, we can basically unlock, there's like more of the dungeon unlocked to us, which is pretty cool, I guess. Yeah, I agree that time shift stones are pretty cool. It's like the main reason why the Navy is like my favorite region in the game. Bro, we're an hour and a half in and my voice is already dying, not like this. I probably should just brung water, but whatever. Forgot. Who cares? But yeah, that's Gust Bellows. That's not the only required use for them in the dungeon, but it's one of the main ones.
Yeah, it's just basically clearing dust piles, and oftentimes the time shift stones and the rest of this dungeon are going to be inside dust piles.
I should probably just stop using the slingshot because I'm gonna like run out of skeets, just like unnecessarily by killing guys. I don't know why. Yeah. Alright, so yeah. Here's like another room that's very similar to the last one. It is kind of different in some ways, but yeah.
Yeah, and then the other use of the Gust Bellows is these moving platforms. You use it on the propellers to move them.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, this is kind of a gamble if it's gonna work. Nice, okay. Yeah, sometimes you can be really picky and you can like shoot you, but that didn't happen, that's cool. Cool, yeah, game. Yeah, it's pretty nice dodge. That dodge happened, like, yeah, it's weird. These guys should be fine. They shouldn't explode in the time it takes us to do this. Yeah, like that dodge is kind of like a gamble. Sometimes you'll not get hit, sometimes you will. It's weird. Yeah, just kind of progressing through the dungeon. Nothing interesting is happening currently, so yeah.
Yeah, and also the health management's also gonna kind of, for the rest of this dungeons, I guess a little interesting because like we'll again want to do another death warp near the end of the dungeon, but there's also ways where you can accidentally take unintentional damage. So it's one of those things where it's like you want to be taking some damage at some point, but you also need to be very careful not to take unintentional damage.
Yeah. Okay, so now here's one of these guys. They're pretty annoying, but if you just fight them one at a time, or first here, there is only one here. But like, if you had like more than one, it's not that bad. Or if you have more than one and you fight them one at a time, it's not that bad. So in that,
there's not
yeah,
actually a lot of those enemies. They're Armos, but like actually I think like 3 of them are in this dungeon, and then there's only like, I want to say there's only like 2 more in the entire game. Like it's a really rarely used enemy.
Yeah, I'm looking for seeds because I know I'm really low. So yeah, and I haven't memorized where everything is seed-wise in the game.
Yeah, I know of like one place to get more seeds, but it's really far out of the way, so you probably wouldn't want to go that far out of the way for it.
I think I'll just live with being on like 1 seed for like the next hour or so. Okay, I'm going to intentionally run out of stamina here because the out of stamina speed is the same as just the regular walking speed, so it doesn't really matter, and it's faster, presumably. Okay, here's like this sort of like maze area, which can be annoying, like that, but it's usually fine.
Yeah, just like knowing where the spikes are, and so that you can avoid unintentionally hitting them.
I don't know why I presume these pots would have it. Yeah, I got the seeds in the bellows room, but I don't know if there's any more in this dungeon. So I'm kind of just, yeah. Okay, coming up is kind of a hard skip. It's not hard. It's not like too hard, but it's fairly precise that I need to concentrate. It's basically, as we're doing this area sort of backwards, we basically hop onto a minecart, which has very fortunate collision. I almost messed it up. Yeah, it has very fortunate collision that we can just barely get onto. Yeah, I can't really think of any either. Also, I'm saving here because of a death warp that we'll do later. So yeah, apparently we're just living on 1 seed for a bit. I know where like a lot of places where you can get bombs and stuff, but I don't know about seeds. Okay, so basically you pull this here and then do kind of just like do this trick basically. I'll explain what if I do it. Alright, good. First try, good. So basically I kind of line myself up and then I hit a bomb where it wouldn't like hit me off, but it wouldn't it would not activate the time shift stone. So here the collision's really weird. I can put away my sword, but I can't do anything else. I can't press the C button. I can't get my sword out. I can't do anything really. So I have to kind of just hope the motion controls are good to me and just hold on to the motion control, hold on to like the Wiimote and stuff. Yeah. And at the end of this, we'll just hop off. And doing that skips a decent amount of like kind of auto scrolling part. Like I don't even know what's there. You don't come across in any category. So, oh nice. So this is kind of like the final big room that we do in this dungeon. It's fairly similar to the other 2 in a lot of ways actually. Like, it kind of follows like the same formula of like traverse it when it's desert and then activate time shift stone, then traverse it when it's in the past, then get the item that's here, and then yeah. Okay, so now here, this isn't too hard. I should be able to get this. Throw a bomb, and then go over here. Roll a bit, roll here, and then by the time that blows up, I should be on the other side of these conveyor belts, so it's like not a hassle having to go over them. Also, I'll pick up bombs because I need bombs. And then yeah, just more gas bellow stuff, and then there's a pretty cool strat I can do at the end of this room with like the hook beetle and bombs and stuff.
And then there's another one of these Centrobe enemies, and the Centrobes can be really annoying. Like, most of the time, if you get through, like, this first part, then he won't bother you,
Yeah.
but...
Sometimes
like,
he still does bother us, but it's usually not bad. Usually. So yeah, this is like all standard stuff. Now here's a pretty cool strat I can do. I'm going to do this to some way, and then I'm going to put this bomb out, hook beetle, and then fly this into a quite precise space onto the onto like the statue. And what I'll do is it'll activate the switch without me having to blow it up, or without having to blow up the wall here. And I'll do this in a very specific order, otherwise it'll not work. It's one of those puzzles you have to do in a very specific order. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a callback to Ocarina of Time with the 23's #1 thing.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. So, right, more bombs. I thought there was a seeds, but I thought that's where seeds were. Okay, so now here's where like there's 2 of these guys. As long as we fight them one at a time, we should be good. I do kind of want to damage here, because I was kind of meant to be at low health here. Because after this there's like a death warp, because going through this whole like room and stuff is much slower than just dying. And because we saved at the statue, yeah. Yeah, I've never really played OOT either. I mean, I know like roughly of stuff on OOT from watching like randomizer races, but I personally haven't played it. I played like every other Zelda game though, or every other 3D Zelda. I mean. Yeah. Also, there's this fight cutscene which is unavoidable. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we're coming up on the boss, which is a fairly interesting boss with some cool speedrun tech.
Yeah. I think, yeah. Some of the speedrun tech I won't be able to really show because I'm basically out of seeds. I can probably show off like for like maybe one time if I can do it, but yeah, I couldn't really show much. I could show like the second. At least this is for the first phase. The second phase is pretty decent.
Yeah. Also, like, so the boss keys are basically a motion control puzzle where you have to like twist the boss key in a specific configuration to open the door. I think like this dungeon has like the hardest one of those.
Yeah, I don't actually remember the exact movements. I just kind of YOLO it. I know the rough moves and just kind of go from there. Okay, so now this is Moldarak. I didn't mean to do that. I just meant to put my foot out. Cool. Yeah, this isn't the only time we'll see this boss. Moldarak will be around later. Okay, nice. It works. Okay, here's some tech. Okay, I think we're back. Yeah, something was gonna happen during the stream. Of course it was. Okay, let me just fix the cropping again. Oh god, this is no. I'm doing a hard mini game or thing, and I'm trying to fix this stream. Great. Okay. Okay, this is a cutscene I can do, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah, so basically we're now back into the Farron region. In the meantime, we got the harp, which is the instrument of this game, and so we're learning the first of the harp songs, and this one kind of has 2 or 3 major functions, of which we're only going to see 2 of them.
Yeah.
So we now have the gate, the kind of dead gate of time raised, and we also triggered a boss fight, which in other categories or in some other categories we'd be able to skip, but in this category we're forced to do it.
Yeah. Okay, I think because my internet went down, I don't know if this run is actually legitimate anymore. So if I PB, oh no. So I'm not locally recording this, which is kind of bad, but whatever. Anyway. Okay, well my the B button didn't seem to work then. Great. So this is the first imprisoned. I think this is the only category we'll see us fight him 3 times. All other categories like skip him for like decent amount, I think. I did the strat where I so basically that strat if you do like a very precise jump slash, you can actually like skip an animation. That's its use for the first fight. For the second and third phase, second and third fights, there's a much more useful use for this, but we'll see that later when we get to those fights. But these fights are kind of equally spread out throughout the game. Second attempt. Nice, got it. And jump off the head. And yeah, this fight is fairly repetitive the first time. The next 2 times we fight him will definitely be a bit more interesting. But yeah, this is just this.
Yeah, and I mean, basically what this boss is intended to be is basically like Demise is kind of the big evil in this game, and basically Demise is kind of imprisoned into this monster that we have to keep him from actually getting to the sealed temple.
Yeah. Yeah, essentially this is the final boss, but this is just a little bit earlier, so yeah. Yeah, this is a long cutscene, so I'm going to eat food because I brought myself food. So it was kind of like a tradition with these like long runs, to just to eat food during it. I don't know why.
Yeah, and after each of the imprisoned fights, there's this really long cutscene where the of like the ceiling spike reforming. And also like the cutscene that we kind of missed because of the outage of the stream. Like after the Molder Rock fight is also, I think, the longest cutscene with like no input. I think in the entire run.
Yeah, it's like 50 seconds or something.
But yeah, after each of the imprisoned fights, like Link kind of does this like increasingly more complex design with his sword that he etches into the ground.
Yeah, because like the first time it's like just a single triangle, and then as we like fight him more, it becomes more than just a single triangle. Alright, so here's a cutscene we can't skip. That isn't by Fi, unsurprisingly. Oh, surprisingly, I mean, it's by Goron. Yeah, I think any percent is the only category which doesn't fight the imprisoned at all. Actually, no. All dungeons might not have to fight him at all. But I know Hundo definitely fights imprisoned, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess if you put fight in, like, heavy quotations.
Yeah, because we do die to the imprisoned in 80%, but we don't necessarily fight him.
Yeah, for, like, very complicated reasons. Where basically it involves accessing the boss rush minigame way earlier than you're supposed to and doing some shenanigans with it. You can basically set a bunch of story progression early.
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so basically after we see the first imprisoned, we have to like do a bunch of stuff on Skyloft. We have to like open the Thunderhead, and that will allow us to access trials. And yeah, I'll get more to trials when we actually get to the trials. But for now, we're just gonna do a bunch of stuff on Skyloft.
Yeah, so like first off, we have to talk to the headmaster who basically we're asking him for the lyrics to Ballad of the Goddess, and like this humorous exchange. He's like, Bobby did, or where he's like, I don't think I can really sing it, and like tell him to sing it, and then he's just like, nah, I'm just gonna give you the. He still gives them like really slowly.
Yeah, it's dumb, but yeah. Basically, we have to do it so we can basically turn 2 windmills. This is another reason why we got the Gus Bellows, because we have to. So yeah, turn 2 windmills with the Gus Bellows, and during the side quest we'll actually get to see Scrapper. Scrapper's like sort of used, I think twice, just this and then the water basin, I think is all that Scrapper's used for.
A third time for the pumpkin for Levias.
Oh, of course, yeah. 3 times,
That's
yeah.
much later.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking like, oh, is there like another point? Yeah. Yeah, Scrapper's used 3 times. Scrapper's not necessarily the most liked character in the game.
Yeah, and we'll see the primary reason why he's really disliked in this run. It'll be coming up in an hour and a half-ish.
Yeah. But there's like a whole subreddit dedicated to shitting on Scrapper, basically. Like, that's how much he's hated. Anyway, so now here's the second windmill, but there isn't like a kind of propeller thing for us to like use the Gus Bellows. So basically we have to, this is like where Scrapper comes in. And yes, my file name is UK Land, which is good.
Yeah, so this cutscene like is talking about how the propeller fell below the clouds, and then the cutscene kind of pans over and kind of implies that it's in the Farron area, which it's not.
Yeah.
If you're paying attention in your first Elden trip, you might actually see where the propeller is in Elden.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely be getting that. So basically now we just have to go ahead and go to basically get like fix Scrapper, and so we have to like talk to this guy right here. I don't know why I rolled twice, but cool. So now it's like this long cutscenes with this guy, and yeah.
Yeah, and like this was like the this was the first major back in time skip that was discovered that was not just a that wasn't just like warping in an area in Back in Time, where with Back in Time you can basically fairly easily activate the cutscene of the Thunderhead opening and start your file in a specific point where it would open the Thunderhead early. And like that was the first like big discovery in Back in Time that wasn't just warping around. But obviously, since we can't use Back in Time in this category, we have to open the Thunderhead the intended way.
Yeah, so here's Scrapper. He's kind of a dick to us, so yeah, fuck you, Scrapper. Just want to say that.
Yeah, like Scrapper in the English version refers to Link as Mr. Short Pants or something like that.
Yeah.
I think it actually like has a different thing that he calls Link in the Japanese version, but I forget what it is.
Yeah, so here's Scrapper, so now we can basically go to the Elden region, but first of all we're going to get a bottle, and bonk, that's very important, that bonk is very important. Yeah. Oh yeah, for some reason the Zelda dowsing just doesn't go away, I don't know why either, it just doesn't. Alright, so coming up on 2 hours, yeah. This is a long run.
Yeah, so basically the Zelda dowsing, it goes away with the Phi text that happens after LMF, after you get the harp. And because KitKat, while the stream was down, got the side hop cutscene skip out of that Phi trigger, that never happened, so the top dowsing slot is going to be Zelda's face for the remainder of the run.
Yeah.
Because it, for some reason, takes visually takes priority over all the other dowsing targets.
Yeah.
I mean, the other dowsing targets will still work, but it'll always show Zelda's face.
Yeah, pretty much. So basically we're going to get the propeller, and then we're going to go up to, yeah, basically to fix the windmill. And here's where it is. It's pretty easy to see. Like it's like right where the keys, one of the keys would be.
Yeah, I think they kind of did that on purpose so that like if you were paying attention, you'd kind of like see, hey, there's this thing, and then when you kind of saw that windmill, you might put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah. But even then, there's like still dowsing where you can still look for it. Okay, so now go back to the surface, turn the second windmill, and then open the Thunderhead, and then we'll be on our way to get the second, or get the first trial. Just randomize the propeller in random, yeah. In the randomizer, you don't actually do this quest, I think, because of just how it's laid out and stuff.
Yeah, because in the randomizer, they basically set the propeller, I think, to already be in place.
Yeah, like they do a lot of things in like randomizer to minimize kind of stuff like this, like kind of virtually pointless side quests. I mean, this isn't exactly a side quest, but you know, it's like we could do without it. I think just a bit of history in the game, like even though it's like I've been saying that like old Any% used to look very similar to this category, although There are a few differences, i.e. like, we would do early Thunderhead in the old 90%, so this entire quest would be skipped, essentially.
Yeah,
So
because
we
basically
wouldn't have to do
basically everything from like when we got Ballad of the Goddess, like they would be able to skip the first imprisoned fight and go right to getting the Water Dragon scale from the first trial.
Yeah, pretty much.
They'd already at that point opened and gone into the Thunderhead for the first song.
Yeah. Alright, so now the Thunderhead's open, and yeah, pretty much. So yeah. Now we're gonna go ahead and open the Thunderhead. We open it in like playing like a song, in the same way how we like raise the gate of time. So yeah, and this is a very similar way how you'd open trials as well. But now we introduce a trick called harp cancel. You basically at the end of this, I'm going to press B at a very specific frame, and hopefully it'll skip like a few cutscenes and stuff. Pretty much.
Yeah, for this it's kind of hilarious too, because it causes cutscenes to play in the wrong order.
Yeah, this cutscene is pretty funky if I get harp cancel. Yeah, I got it. Cool, yeah. So now we get to see this cutscene pretty much backwards, I guess, in a way. Well, everything happens in a really weird way.
Which is like a common theme with this game when you like skip some like something or like do things in a different order that, or do something that the game doesn't quite expect. Sometimes you get cutscenes playing out of order.
Yeah. Also, we got Skyward music here because why not? So yeah, cool. Alright, so now we can enter the Thunderhead. In old, again, as I said, in old 90%, the Thunderhead would already be open from a back in time thing. But back in time is not a thing in this category, so we just have to open it normally. So basically, the plan currently is because so I talked about like the first third of the game was mostly about chasing Zelda. But after the linear mining facility, Zelda was basically is now in the past. So now we need to go to the past, and the only way of doing that is to open the gate of time. And in order to do that, that basically consists of like the second third of the game is opening that.
Yeah, so basically, like, the lore is we have to go chase 3 sacred flames that we use to temper our sword.
Yeah.
And once our sword is tempered into the Master Sword, we can go back to the Seal Temple and use it to open the Gate of Time.
Yeah, because, like, the way of opening the Gate of Time is by Skyward striking it with the Master Sword. So, and that's basically we're going to try and get through the next third of the game.
Yeah. Also, in this area, there's these enemies called Skytails flying around. They can be somewhat annoying, and they like a lot of runners have died to Skytails heading like to and from Isle of Songs.
Yeah. Yeah, this puzzle is pretty simple. You just kind of push these things and make them into alignment. It's quite an interesting puzzle, which I think is kind of neat when you play it the first time. Okay, I tried to get a cutscene skip there, which skips this cutscene, which didn't really work. It is frame perfect, but it doesn't really matter. It's kind of a bonus if you get it. Okay, so now into this. So yeah, so we'll be coming back here every time we need to get a song, and we need to get 3 songs for 3 regions, which means we'll have to come back here 3 times. So yeah, this is the first song for Aurora's Courage. which allows us to open the Farron trial, which allows us to enter the 4th dungeon. Zelda's a trial get confirmed. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But yeah, so that now again is really just kind of... We are now going to Farron to complete the trial.
Yeah, and then it just like flying in and out of the Thunderhead kind of takes a while, so it's one of those things where yeah, it just unfortunately flying is a little bit time consuming in this game.
Yeah. It's not too bad though, just kind of like point the Wiimote at a specific direction, just holding it there.
Yeah, it just winds up, yeah, just like not terribly exciting gameplay.
Yeah.
Especially because like here the Farron pillar is like on the complete opposite side of the sky from where we exit the Thunderhead.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, not terribly exciting gameplay. Don't know why I went to this statue, because I should have really gone to the other statue, like, closer to the troll gate, but whatever, okay. Yeah, we will go to that statue later on, but yeah, just for now, I should have really gone to a closer statue. That's fine, it's not too much of a trek to get there.
So yeah, it's gonna be like fairly similar to playing the harp on top of the light tower, except this it just there's the same harp cancel glitch which Gigot's gonna be going for, which is basically for like all the trial gates.
Alright, did it, nice.
And yeah, so this first trial, first Fi is gonna talk forever.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a semi-tutorial for the Silent Realm areas, so it's fairly basic. The tiers are kind of laid out in a kind of circle around the area, so we can just follow a fairly simple path through it.
Cool. Yeah, right. So yeah, the file just talked for quite a long time here. Oh, okay, well apparently, nice. I wasn't even looking at the screen, but yeah, that can be quite annoying to get to, but yeah.
Yeah, so that's... The game doesn't really intend you to get that first tier first, like the game wants you to get the tier that's right in front of you, but it is slightly faster to go for the one that Kikka's going for first.
Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, I'll just get with the one in front. I don't care at this point.
Yeah, it's like...
And also this is dumb, right? This guy just talks every time. Like, shut up, I know I died.
Yeah, Fi will scold you every time you fail the Silent Realms.
Yeah. Normally getting that one isn't too hard, but I'm also kind of concentrating on other things.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to skip the text, but you only get the text for the first ones that you pick up, so...
I think even if you do, like, skip it, then it's like you still have to do it again every time you pick up a tier.
Yeah. There's also these light fruits that are scattered around, and usually runners will go for like this one light fruit up here because it basically, like, in some of the later trials, the light fruits tend to be in, like, basically right in your path, so it winds up just being, even though you have to go through the cutscene for the first one, it winds up just being faster overall to just eat the cutscene in a place where you can use it for a stamina refill. Because I'm not sure if I mentioned it yet, but cutscenes in general will refill your stamina. So, like, oftentimes, like, in some situations, we will use a cutscene to refill stamina.
Here's the last tier. If I would have actually done the correct route, I would have still had to get like the 2 at like the front, but I messed it up, so yeah.
Yeah, so now we have the Water Dragon Scale, whose main purpose is letting us swim underwater.
Yeah. And so normally what you're meant to do is you're meant to go to like the Great Tree stuff, but we're just gonna like skip all that for now. And I'll show you how we're able to skip that later. But now we see go to Skyview, like the second edition of Skyview, basically. We have to return to that dungeon a second time.
Yeah, so the lore here, like, is that the water dragon has been cursed by Girahim, and we need to go get sacred water to heal the water dragon, and that happens to be in the Skyview Spring. So we need to go back to Skyview and basically beat the dungeon a second time in order to get the sacred water.
But yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot more enemies in here in the second trip.
Yeah.
And there's also the small key door that we opened earlier has been replaced with a new small key that we're gonna have to get.
Yeah, and also I did say like, earlier that like Mogmas would go outside the Elden region, and this is kind of an instance where like they have.
This may in fact be the only time that you see magmas outside of Elden.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I don't really think there's any point where you wouldn't see them outside Elden.
Yeah, well, I guess they're in 100%. There's you take gold outside of or to the sky. I guess that's the only other instance where you'd see a magma outside.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Really, I probably could have skipped this cutscene, but I just forgot that was the thing you could do. So I'm done. Nice. Also, there's this guy that's kind of annoying.
Yeah, the Frokes, like, can, especially underwater, can be really annoying. I mean, this isn't, there's another case in the next, like, main dungeon that is going to, where the Frokes are really annoying, but even here, there's also a couple Bokoblin archers here that are annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and this is kind of why I opened this earlier, so we can actually get to it. Okay, so here's kind of a Monka Air strategy, because if I mess this up, this is bad. Okay. Almost back to look at that, nice. Yeah, so like Skyward Strike is like only just able to reach them, and so, yeah, I can just take them out.
Yeah, if you didn't open that gate, you'd have to like go through the Staldra room again, and there would be 2 Staldras in that room, and it's a pain, so
yeah,
you don't want to have to do that. And so, yeah, we wind up having another boss fight in this room, where we fight 3 Stalfos at once.
yeah.
And the optimal strategy here is actually to use bombs.
Yeah, so like bomb here, and then just kind of lure them over here. I'm on 1 heart, so this might be a little bit difficult at some times, but I might be able to get this going. I don't mess anything up. Okay, let's just this guy on his own. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, and the reason why Kitcock got the heart container in here earlier was because if he didn't, the heart container would slowly spawn down in this room again.
Yeah.
It would play the same cutscene over again, and we don't want that.
Yeah, that's kind of like why I got that in the first place. That's like the only heart container that we intentionally get. I'm actually going to do the rest of this on 7 hearts because I can. So it's going to be a little bit scary when we get to things like the minecart escort, but really late in the game.
Yeah. Also, this cutscene is kind of scary because the fairies can actually heal you during that cutscene, and we want a death warp.
Yeah.
So it's like one of those things where just RNG could just screw you over and be like, well, now you need to use 3 or 4 bombs to death warp instead of just 1.
Yeah, and it's faster to death warp because there's like a lot of like cutscenes for the doors and so just, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, one of the things that kind of makes this category a little difficult is even though we don't use back in time, there's still a lot of places in this route where you do want to death warp. So it's like you want to keep your health fairly low for those points where you want to death warp, but you also thus need to avoid taking unintentional damage because that will because then that can lead to some scary situations.
Yeah.
or just lose you a ton of time if you die unintentionally.
Okay, so now we do actually want to go to this statue. Yeah, so now this fence hop right here is the reason why we're able to skip going up the Great Tree and basically all of Lake Floria. And now we're basically out of bounds and we can basically just go to Lake Floria from here. It's pretty easy to do, like if you just like get out like a copy of Skyward Sword if you have it. You can probably try this and get it fairly quickly, it's not that hard. And yeah. Now we go to the fourth dungeon, which is the Ancient Cistern, which is, by many people, including myself, probably the best dungeon in the game. Because it's really cool. Like you'll probably see when I might go through it. I think because we're on Japanese and we're not on North American 1.0, there's like we do actually have to do Ancient Cistern, like the like all of it, because in that specific version, in like the North American 1.0 version, there's actually you can actually skip most of Ancient Cistern, but we can't do that. But I mean, the Japanese is still faster, mainly because of how insane text is compared to English text.
Yeah, like the text difference is at least like 25 minutes, and like the cistern clip in the English US 1.0 version is saves back like 7 to 9 of those minutes, but it's still not enough to make up for the text difference. Also, this is a ridiculously long cutscene of the water dragon healing. Yeah. But basically, like, what the exclusive glitch is that there's, at the very entrance of Ancient Cistern in the US 1.0 version, there is a improperly done seam where there's a 1 pixel gap that you can use to fairly easily get out of bounds, and then following the out of bounds collision, you can get to the dungeon item early as well as to the boss key early, which basically skips the entire dungeon. But on the Japanese, we have to do probably like 75% of the dungeon. There's a skip we can do to get the boss key early, which skips like the last 25% of the dungeon, but but it still requires us to do most of the work to get to the basement the intended way.
Yeah, cool. Right. Alright, so here's Ancient Cistern, and this is like, I don't know if there are any other requirements for, there's like the whole tad tones in the Song of the Hero quest, which we'll get to at like the end of the run, but just removing that, like, basically the Ancient Cistern is one of the only reasons why we need to get the scale in the first place, and it's kind of, this is true for like many categories, is like, this is usually the only reason why you would get the scale. But yeah, so, I think I missed it. Okay, yeah, if you like jump slash in between these 2 lily pads, you can like skip this cutscene of the lily pad turning over, but yeah. So yeah, we're in Ancient Cistern. Basically, the first thing we gotta do is we gotta try and get a small key, which is you kind of have to like go around this right area, or eastern wing here. Like through all these like spiders and stuff. Yeah, the spider shouldn't be pose much of a threat. Cool. Alright. So that's 2 lily pad skip, which was in any percent for like a month or so, and it's basically like a almost TAS only strat where you like basically like go out of bounds and you basically skip having to pull over that lily pad, and that's the reason why that's significant, is that you skip the you used to be able to skip the only requirement for the scale. I guess, yeah, and yeah, but that's not useful in no BiT because we have to get the scale anyway.
Yeah, we also route in that 20 rupees there because we will use it to buy an air potion for Tad Tones, which KitKat mentioned is going to happen in several hours.
Yeah, it's like quite late game, so we do have a while until the Tad turns. Right. But for now, we're just going to go through instance. So yeah, now this main statue is kind of like a main hub area. Now the statue will go basically up and down and stuff, but so basically this dungeon is laid in like kind of the overground place, like the overground like temple sort of feeling, which is what we've been in. And then beneath it, there's like this basement area, which is pretty cool. We're gonna show off the basement in like kind of 5 minutes ish, like kind of after this and a few more things you have to do on like the above ground section. But yeah, first of all, Stole Master. Assuming these fights are decent, or like you're decent at, assuming you're decent at the fight, this should be pretty quick fight. Well, some parts of this fight can be a bit weird, and this is one of the main reasons why we got the shield, because it was like this fight in particular was like really quick with the shield, because like shieldless this fight is a nightmare.
Yeah, and like the shield's really overpowered in terms of the shield bash move. Like the shield bash, like you have a pretty wide window to hit a shield bash, and it will like block pretty much everything if you time it correctly, and it will stun most enemies if you shield bash their attacks. And so as you could see there, it made the Style Master fight really quick, and the Style Master's just a really cool fight done optimally.
That was good. Yeah, but cool. So now we have the whip, so now we can actually progress through the dungeon. The whip isn't really used that much outside of the dungeon, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a quick way of hitting switches mostly.
Yeah,
there's
like
a
here, for
couple
example.
places where it's required, but not that many.
Yeah. Okay, so I can confirm we are still ahead of PB somehow, despite this run being utter trash in some cases. But I don't want to jinx it, because this could be bad. He says he almost runs out of air. Great, okay. So here's this spider. Having a kill right there. Another use for the whip, through going through bars. We'll see that more like later to get a small key, but yeah. Oh, nice! I got this. Sometimes that can be really quick for like seemingly no reason, and that can be quite difficult. But that was fine. Okay. Now it's a somewhat precise side hop. Neat. And yeah, so like this is like really just kind of doing this so we can kind of activate this like whirlpool, so we can get to the basement section. There we go. So cool. I almost made it in with just one side hop. I've never actually been able to do that. I don't even know if it's physically possible, but yeah. Alright, so now to the basement. It's much more dark and stuff, and there's many more spiders here. I.e. there's 3 in this like single room. I know, it's very scary indeed. Anyway, jokes aside, just kind of cut these down. Cutting this guy down because fuck you in particular, and cutting this guy down because we need to actually like get past him. Because like cutting him down will flip the lily pad, and so we'll be able to like advance through the dungeon. Here's another instance of whipping through bars, and yeah, that's pretty cool. and here you can see the boss key. We can't get to it right now, but you can see it.
Yeah, and then the rest of this dungeon is basically like getting to that boss key. And so there's a bunch of stuff that... So basically we're gonna get sent back to the above ground section and do some stuff there, but then...
Yeah.
Then eventually we're going to go back to the basement, and from there we'll just be able to skip right to the boss key.
Pretty much, yeah. Because like we do skip most of the basement section, and again we're like kind of more glitches in a glitchless category. Oh, nice. I don't really want to damage down here, so that's kind of quite bad, and that was bad as well. But whatever.
Yeah, this is the tunnel I was referring to earlier when I was saying like there's another place where folks are really annoying.
Yeah, they're pretty annoying there. Ultimately, for the Coloctos fight, which is the boss's Coloctos, I really want to be more than 2 health, so I don't really want to take any more damage. He says that he takes damage. We're still like above that. We'll just be like half a heart for the fight. Because there's like a strat that involves damaging down. Okay, this lily pad can be, yeah, this lily pad can be kind of dumb. Actually, no, damage down is good because we need to death walk just before the fight, actually, to get the boss key. Okay, I'm done. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of this is just like the fine line between you want to take intentional damage, but you also need to survive until the point where you actually want to death warp.
Yeah, because dying in this game in general is quite bad. Cool, yeah.
So yeah, now we've lowered the statue, which gives us access to the basement.
Yeah. And nice frame perfect soak off again. Yeah, and so activate, yeah. Basically access to the basement. So now I'm gonna do a high flip, which is basically, come on. There we go. So basically, after the frame of doing a side hop, if you backflip, you'll do it quite quickly. And so that allows us to get under here and get the boss key, without having to do all like the basement stuff. If you're wondering, we kind of need to die. Yes, we do. So you just need to die in this very specific spot, otherwise it won't really work. Yeah, I'll wait for these guys because I think we can't.
Yeah, basically there's...
Okay, good.
There's... Yeah, so basically like what's intended to happen is the statue's supposed to try to crush you after you get the boss key. So there's this big zone where if you die inside that zone, the game will take the boss key away from you if you die within that zone. But since KitKat was able to manipulate himself outside of that zone when he died, then he was able to just spawn back at the start of the dungeon with the boss key.
Yeah, oh, this is inconvenient. There we go, yeah. This boss key isn't that bad, it just kind of was really inconvenient with how, the motion controls were. But we're good. And so basically this is like the end of the dungeon. So whip a few more things.
Yeah, and as KitKat alluded to, like, it also puts us at like 6 hearts again, which is good because we want to intentionally take damage in the Coloctos fight because it will allow us to have a much faster first phase of the fight.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, cool. Alright, so this is Coloctos. Coloctos is probably one of the most favorited bosses in this game. A lot of people like Coloctos. I like Coloctos, but I wouldn't say he's the best boss out of all of them. But yeah. So here's more Girahim. Like, yeah, he really wasn't done with us after the first the first one. Okay, so first phase of this fight is pretty simple, just kind of whip off his arms. This is why whip is a requirement to beat Ancient Assistant, is because first we need to actually get here. Second, we need to actually complete this fight with the whip. Okay, so here I'm going to actually whip his chest to manipulate some armor. Yeah, that was nice. Manipulate some RNG so I can have enough time to place down these bombs and split attack both of them, which will give him enough damage to skip the rest of the first phase. So that's phase 1. So now in phase 2 he goes a pair of legs. So it's like, cool, yeah, sure. So I'm on like 2 hearts. This is kind of a bit scary, but we should be good. Assuming we don't mess up. So yeah, he also gets swords and stuff, so we'll use it to our advantage by basically cutting him down. So over. Yeah. So I'm gonna break this kick up and then I'm gonna kill the rest of him with the Skyward Strike, because in hero mode it's significantly more like powerful. So, and that's the Coloctos fight.
Yeah, basically in this fight they nerfed like all of your damage sources to do exactly 1 damage, except for the Skyward Strike, which I think they kind of just forgot about. So, yeah. And because you have the enhanced hero mode Skyward Strike, it just deals an insane amount of damage to his second phase.
Yeah.
Because it's like they intended you to use the big sword, but doing that, like you wind up like going through 3 cycles or something like that of the second phase, and it takes forever.
Yeah.
And it winds up being this huge, like it winds up actually like kind of being a bit scary on low health because like of how it works. So luckily we can just use the Skyward Strike strat to skip all of that.
Yeah, okay, so now that's the ending system. So that's the first dungeon out of the 3 dungeons we need to get to in order to get our swords better. Or to progress it to the Master Sword. Because unlike this game, the Master Sword doesn't just pop into existence, you actually need to like, upgrade your sword. Because technically we already have the Master Sword, it's just not upgraded enough. And you can already see, like, yeah, here you can see the sword is already better than it was before from finishing the dungeon. Right, so here I'm going to actually get some water because it's going to be useful later. Just trust me on that. And now we go to the Isle of Songs because we need to get the second song, which is going to be Nehru's Wisdom. So then we're going to do the Lanayru part. Then we're going to go do Eldon. And then we'll, after all that, we'll be able to like go to the past in the Gate of Time. If you're wondering why I don't immediately turn, it's because basically to like make tornadoes not appear right in front of me, because this area of the sky has a habit of having like tornadoes.
Yeah, and because Kickoff's only on 2 hearts, a tornado will instantly kill him, and then he'll respawn all the way back at the Farron Pillar, which would be bad.
Yeah. Okay, these guys are sometimes really friendly, sometimes they're like annoying. But they seem to be alright this time. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, they're also a 1-hit kill at this point, so Yeah.
Yeah. The thing with two hearts of being on hero mode is that everything is a one-hit kill, pretty much. Well, not everything, but most things.
Yeah, effectively everything.
Yeah. Everything that matters, which implies that keys don't matter, because they don't. They suck. No, so... Alright, so that's, we need the second song, which is here. And, yeah. Boom, song number 2, which is still Zelda, why not? But yeah, now I have to go to, the Laneru, because that's where the next trial is. And you'll probably notice that the trials get progressively harder. Like, the first one was fairly easy. Well, says me, who just messed it up, but fairly easy. And then they get hard, like, the last trial, the Skyward trial, which is right at the end of the game, that's pretty hard, relatively speaking. But yeah, cool.
Yeah, I mean, the Laneru trial, like, I wouldn't say is terribly hard. I mean, there's, like, maybe, like, one tricky section. I think the big thing... Actually, maybe two tricky sections, but the big thing is, like, it's really spread out. It's probably the largest of all the trials in terms of, like, the amount of area you have to cover. Also, like, shoutouts to the fact that 100% actually gets to skip the Laneru trial for reasons.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, like, even though you might think that you might not be able to do it because claw shots are a pretty useful item or pretty required item, but you can actually skip it because there's a different point in the game where you can get claw shots, assuming you do glitches and stuff, which are banned in this category. But yeah, I think this is like the only category now which does all four trials. Any percent doesn't do any. All dungeons does 2 or 3. I don't know. Hundo does 3, and this does all 4. Also tumbleweed, why not? Alright, so I'm going to try and do hop cancel again.
Shoutouts to the one tumbleweed in the randomizer pool.
Yeah. Because, like, tumbleweed is an item that you can find in, one sec. Okay, good, yeah. Because tumbleweed is, like, one of the things you can find in, chests. It's randomized the same way that the Hylian shield is randomized, so technically tumbleweed is just about as random as the Hylian shield when it comes to the randomizer version of this game. Cool, yeah. So second out of 4 trials. This one is probably a little bit of a step up from the Farron trial. It's a little bit harder, but it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, again, the first tier that we're gonna go after is not the one the game expects you to get first, but
yeah.
This one happens to be more convenient.
Mm.
And again, we kind of follow this path of just trying to make a circle around the area, get the tiers like in like a semi-logical path.
Yeah.
And then up here is where probably the first tricky one where we're trying to make this waking water cycle.
Yeah, yeah. And I like accidentally stepped into waking water, which is kind of bad, but yeah. Oh, nice mistake. Yeah, but we should be good. Yeah, it's morning where I'm at. Like, I live in the UK, so it's 10:30 as well here. I know 64-bit, it's like 5:30 in the morning, so he's probably been like staying up all night or something.
Yeah, I have kind of a messed up sleep schedule at the moment.
Yeah, but these are like kind of like almost like a minefield of these like watches. They should be fine though.
Yeah, it's like you can basically outrun them. It like feels scary when you're in it, but like, I mean, worst case, you just roll and it's usually enough to get out of the range.
Yeah. I mean, like, if I'm like organizing something like internationally, I'll use UTC because A, that's like my time zone, so I don't have to do any conversions, and also like it's just quote unquote standard what people like people use for like or like organizing stuff. But I think like another common one in speedrunning is it's like Eastern Standard Time. But yeah. Okay, so this is kind of intentional because having to like trek behind these guys is kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's one of those things that kind of feels scarier than it actually is. Like, there's that guardian like right there, but he basically, if you do it right, he won't get anywhere near you, even though it looks like he should.
Yeah. Alright, so that's the linear trial.
And yeah, we get, like, for the reward, like, claw shots, which is probably the most, like, out of the four, is probably the most universally useful. Like,
Yeah.
claw shots are just such an important movement tool. They also give us finally a way of hitting switches that doesn't rely on ammo. So, like, this is kind of like the second visit to the linear region is kind of like where the slingshot finally gets obsoleted.
Yeah. Okay, so now I have the close shots, we can like do a lot more stuff. Ah, that's bad. Ah, I should be good though. Okay, yeah. Accidentally fell in the thing. Okay, we're good though. Yeah, normally wouldn't do that, evidenced by the amount of lag that was in it, but yeah. But because we have close shots, we can now get into places that we couldn't before, i.e. the Laneru Sand Sea, which is where the next dungeon is.
Yeah, I mean, what's cool is like we're kind of revisiting the same areas multiple times, and like in the Farron area, like, okay, there was the Lake Flory area that we didn't really visit, and so there wasn't like a whole lot to do with that area, plus we had like the Skyview revisit. Here we're going to an entirely new area within Laneru, which is and spending basically the entire time there, so it's kind of neat that we're exploring, we're not entirely just revisiting the same thing. Also, for some reason, they decided they needed to protect this with not only the claw shot target, but also a small key.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb, but whatever.
They knew that we'd be able to get claw shots early someday, even though it still doesn't matter, because if you get claw shots, you can get that small key. But they tried.
Yeah. So here's just like kind of general Sansi. This is like nothing hugely special, I think.
Yeah. I mean, here at the very beginning is like you have to aim the claw shots downwards, which is kind of awkward.
Yeah, I think just pointing remote down in general is awkward because it hurts your wrist a bit. But yeah. Shout out to flying, where you're encouraged to do that. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also because like normally your sensor bar is like level or above you, and then when you're aiming downwards, you're kind of aiming away from the sensor bar too, which is I think another part of why it's awkward, because in general the game, you don't need the sensor bar at all, like once you've calibrated technically, but every time your Wii remote is like within range of the sensor bar, it kind of does a mini recalibration. And so when you're playing this game, you want to try to keep your Wii remote pointed near the sensor bar, like during loading zones and cutscenes and everything, to kind of help the Wii Motion Plus stay calibrated.
Yeah, and like a lot of people don't notice, but there's like a lot of things you can actually do to like recalibrate your remote. Like, and as 64 was just saying, one thing is to like point the Wiimote at the sensor bar. And I think a lot of people didn't actually know the sensor bar was used in this game, which is kind of why a lot of people had very bad experience with the motion controls. But assuming you know how to correct for them, they're not that bad. I mean, they're not perfect, but I don't know what you'd really expect from 2011 motion technology.
Yeah. And I mean, the other thing is, like, doing vertical slashes with the sword can also help to kind of get the calibration back if it's messed up.
Yeah. Alright, so basically, fuck my voice. So basically, this like sand sea section is like, we know where the sand ship is, but it's invisible, and we need to go find it. And in order to be able to like kind of put it into the world, we basically have to go through basically like kind of this normally. Otherwise, the sand ship won't actually be where it's supposed to be.
Yeah. So this first area is Skipper's Retreat. We want to retrieve the sea chart that is all in his hut, all the way at the top of this area, and this area is kind of scary because like it got on 2 hearts. There's a lot of things that can deal damage to you.
Yeah.
The biggest one being in this cave up ahead. There's a ton of yellow chews, and you want to do a precise roll through this area.
Yeah, I think I did that quite nicely, yeah. So someone asked in chat, what does no bit mean? Bit basically stands for back in time, and it's a huge glitch in this game which allows the 80% speedrun to be 1 hour and 22 minutes. And this category is basically just that minus that glitch, so it's, yeah. It's more or less the sort of glitchless category, although there are still, like, glitches in it, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I like
that's kind of annoying, but yeah.
Yeah, I like the term no major glitches for this category.
Yeah, because like, I mean, yeah, because basically every other glitch used is technically a glitch, but it's like a minor glitch, so yeah. Okay, nice, that was kind of scary. I think like, that's another reason why I removed the shield, is because it can really burn easily. Okay, this is a bit scary, but should be good. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, you have just enough time to grab that other claw shot target without that Deku Baba hitting you.
Yeah.
And up here, like...
That was a really good cycle, by the way.
Yeah. Through the entire time that you're in Skipper's Retreat, you're trying to go through as quickly as possible to try to make that P-hat cycle. Because it feels really bad when you miss that P-hat cycle and you need to... Because basically those 2 P-hats are moving independently of each other, and if you take too long, then you can't reach the second keyhead, and you just need to wait for
Yeah.
the cycle.
Yeah, like if you're like not on the Octour cycle, there can be a lot of waiting there, so that's good that I got the good cycle, yeah. Okay, so now I get the sea chart, which is basically the indication of we've done the first out of like 3 main areas of the sand sea, so now we have to do the next one, then we have to do the next one, and then we can go to the sand ship. Even though we, again, we already know where it is, but we still need to complete the sand ship for it to be like in the world, which is kind of dumb, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically the sea chart's just gonna, like, all it really does is it just increases the size of our map, because right now our map only consists of about half of the sand sea, but it also is then going to, then Skipper is going to let us go further, because if we don't get this, then if we try to go further, then the Skipper's going to get mad at us and turn us around and be like, you haven't found my sea chart yet.
Yeah, so probably the biggest reason why I should go there in the first place, yeah. Yeah, now we have a sea chart, now I can go to the shipyard, also known as Ancient Disneyland, because it's a pretty cool area.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it also has like the longest intro cutscene of like any area in the game, and it's not skippable.
Yeah. Like, even with Hero Mode, there's still a bunch of unskippable cutscenes, which is kind of dumb.
Yeah, I don't know why the intro cutscenes in Sand Sea are not skippable. It's really weird, but they aren't, so we kind of, so it's like we just have to watch them, and like you'll see here what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it like shows us the entire area, and then Skipper basically gives us like an essay of what we have to do, and then we already know yeah, and you can see why it's called Ancient Disneyland, because there's a lot of like roller coasters we can go through.
Yeah, so it's like, because of that one cutscene is like half the reason why in the 100% category we do back in time shenanigans to basically trick the game into thinking we checked the bird statue here, so we can land here and skip all this intro stuff.
Yeah. But no BiT can't do that because back in time is not allowed. Yeah, back in time is a huge glitch in this game where like removing it basically makes this like game close to glitchless. Like, that's how important back in time is to like this game. But yeah, that's now roller coasters and stuff. They're pretty cool. It's basically just want to like lean one way and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, primarily just tilt controls, and you just like tilt into the curves on the track and to go fast. After you clear this area, there's a mini game for a heart piece that you do that in the 100% category, where you need to beat the second half of this track under a certain time. So, like, for that category, knowing how to do this optimally is really important. But here, we just have to go through each of the 2 tracks normally to get to the end.
Yeah. Yeah, as like a lot of people are saying, is like how is like back in time so huge? Well, it's because there's a lot of things you can do with it. Because like the glitch itself isn't that useful, but because you're allowed to play on the title screen, and there's a lot of things that you can do on the title screen, which allows you to like basically steal scene flags from the from the title screen and put them onto your files, which essentially skips a lot of things. Like this is all skipped, like pretty much. And again, if you want like further details, you can just like watch, or as I should say, try to watch a any % speedrun, because it's kind of confusing if you don't know what's happening. But yeah. Now these are like 2 tracks and stuff. The first one's kind of an introduction to like minecart stuff. The second one is a little bit harder, but then neither of them are kind of that bad. They're pretty good, assuming you know what you're doing. I was thinking like Gymnast Day 6 made a video on just back in time in general for like Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, and Skyward Sword. It's not on his channel, it's on a different channel, but I'd definitely recommend that as well. Anyway, so that's all of the minecart stuff done. Now we just need to try and find the ship, if it's even here. Which, okay, spoiler alert, it's not, but we will find something else. And we find a second Molderak because, I don't know, the game wanted us to play this guy twice apparently.
Yeah, but this time we have claw shots, and the claw shot is a really nice way of stunning him.
Yeah. So as I demonstrate here, okay, apparently not. Yeah, it's like it's basically another way of using like the slaying shots, except there's no limited like ammo, so you can do it as many times as you want.
Yeah, and again, the whole time he's trying to back him into the wall for the second phase. And once he gets the second phase, it's just stabbing him.
Yeah, this is what we missed the first time, so yeah. Because the first time I think my internet cut out as like the end of this fight. But yeah, I did a very similar thing for like the first guy, like yeah. Right. So yeah, we didn't really find anything here, but we did defeat a second Molderak, so meh. So now we have to go to the third and final part of the Sand Sea, which is the Pirate Stronghold. And this is where we'll find at least a part of the ship, which will allow us to get into Sandship.
Yeah. The Pirate Stronghold, I think, is a really cool mini dungeon, because it also, like, uses the, like, it kind of has its own twist on the time shift stone mechanic that we saw in Lanayru Desert and Lanayru Mining Facility. And also just has some neat movement strats in it.
But yeah, also, we haven't mentioned this yet, but this boat has stamina for reasons. Alright. Cool.
Also, I think like this area has like one of the best music tracks in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much like all of the music in this game is really well done. This was actually, I think, the first Zelda game to be fully orchestrated, and like it's really like it really helps with the quality of the soundtrack.
Yeah, most of this is just kind of like going through this. There's nothing really significant skip-wise or anything.
And you have some jump slashes you can do there to basically avoid the sink sand. And now we have the main mechanic of this area, which is basically a time shift stone that you can carry around.
Yeah, and this is like a pretty cool feature, I think. That just sounds like someone said, yeah, boats get tired too. Yeah, boats need time to breathe as well.
Yeah. And I mean, one of the cool things is like this. Basically, we can run past almost every enemy in this area, and
there are a few enemies where we'll like have to stop and stuff, but we should be good for most of them.
Yeah.
Excuse me. There we go. Yeah, we're cool. I don't even know why I'm going here. This is not randomizer. Yeah, in randomizer you'd like open that and stuff, but like this is not randomizer, so I can keep going. I'm dumb.
Yeah. So yeah, here's kind of one of the other areas I was alluding to where, like, you want to move in a specific way where the Deku Babas kind of finish their opening up animation and then they won't attack you for a couple seconds and you can run right by them.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, so doing that basically opens up this gate here. So I'll just be able to run through this gate. Alright, so I am on 2 hearts, which is this is a little risky. Okay, good. I'm gonna be a little bit extra careful when I go around this side because it can be quite dangerous this side. Okay. I'll kill this guy just in case. Okay, I didn't spawn both of these, that's nice.
Yeah, when I was talking about there's not a lot of Armos in the game, but I was saying there are a couple more, like, this is what I was talking about. I think it's like here and LMF are the only Armos in this game.
Yeah, I don't think there's any more anywhere else, to be honest. Unless there's some in Skykeep, which I'm missing, which I don't know about.
Yeah, I don't think there are. So yeah, the whole goal was to put the time shift orb there to open up the shark head.
Yeah, pretty much. And this is actually basically, or this and getting a dowsing actually allows us to get to the sand ship. Yeah, and I'm gonna, normally the game will want you to go right here, but I'm not going to because it's just faster. Yeah, I think like, the community, the community kind of do say that like, the boat stamina is mostly to like engine overheating or something. No one really cares because it's like just a game.
Yeah, so exiting out the way you came in avoids another cutscene that would happen if you left to the other entrance.
Yeah. Also, this cutscene is kind of funky because the game wouldn't expect you to be here because this, yeah, it wouldn't expect you to be in this position. But yeah, cool.
Also, again, Zelda's face dowsing.
Yeah, it's because we got the cutscene skip for like finishing LMF. The it never updated, I think, as you said earlier. Okay, so now we can finally go to Sandship after ages of being in the Sand Sea. Oh yeah, like the Sand Sea is a pretty huge area. So yeah. And yeah, now we're, so now Sandship's gonna be invisible currently, but we can actually make it not invisible by shooting at it. That's what we're gonna do. We just have to get to it first with the boat stamina.
Yeah, the sand ship spawns in the same location every time, so
yeah, and it's like either like this is just an example of like these dowsing, right? Is it like even though it's Zelda's face, it still recognizes the ship. I don't know why I still douse for it, but I just do. I mean, it doesn't lose any time, and it's like might as well.
But yeah, technically it is possible. Like you need to go to Virus Fortress to get the dowsing ability, but like,
Yeah.
again, like,
If we... Yeah. Like, if the sand ship were just generally around here, we could probably, like, get to it anyway without the dowsing, but in order to spawn it in, we need to get the dowsing from Pirate Stronghold, which is kind of dumb, which means we have to do the entire sand sea. But yeah, now sand ship. This is another one of, like, my favorite dungeons of this game, because it's a literal ship. But yeah, so first of all, we need to get the dungeon item, which, spoiler, it's the bow. It's like the only B-roll item we don't have, minus the bug net, but the bug net's not useful in like any way in this run. Yeah, okay. So first we need to get a small key from like down here. And yeah. There's not much to this is just general movement.
Yeah, so basically, like, the game kind of makes you traverse all the way through the sand ship to get to the small keys kind of at the very end. And so then we death warp to get back to where the small key door is.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Also, Fi has to tell us about the boss door.
Yeah, even though we've seen boss doors about like 5 times up until now. Okay, so here's another code, but we already know it, so that's fine. I didn't mention this, but there was a code in Ancients and there was a code in here. And yeah. And then we meant to like figure out the combination, but we already know it, so.
Yeah. Like normally you'd use the gust bellows to clear the sand in the area and then find the code there, but we already know it.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Alright, so now we've got the small key, now we can go ahead and get the bow. Pretty much. And we save because... Okay, while saving here actually isn't faster for death warping, it will be required for like skipping a certain fight with a death wall that we'll do later on after getting the bow. But now we just got to do the Screamer fight. This is like one of the main reasons why we would get the bow is because, or get the shield, is because this fight is like virtually hell without a shield. Yeah, this is, I do like this fight. It's a pretty cool spectacle. It's just kind of annoying if you mess it up.
Yeah, I mean this fight is basically like repeated stabs. Basically.
Yeah. I was like, if you mess up style like I did, you like lose 2 hearts. So it's, yeah. Basically, just don't mess up in this fight. Yeah. I think this is like definitely where like a lot of new runners definitely find it hard to do. Like it's where like a lot of new runners die. Like, this fight's been pretty nice to be so far. Emphasizing the so far bit. Lol.
Yeah, no, my PB lost a ton of time to this fight. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like the basic strat is not that difficult, but like he can, there's some RNG he can decide he's gonna block you, and especially in the last phase, like that can be difficult to deal with.
Yeah, but now here we have the bow, which is pretty useful. This does kind of make the slingshot mostly redundant for the most part. We will use a slingshot later on in the game, because when we don't have the bow, but that's later on in the game. Okay, so with the bow we can basically shoot a bunch of targets, and that's pretty cool. And basically it'll allow us to like open up the main mechanic of this ship, which is basically turning it from like turning the entire ship from the present to the past, and that's pretty cool. So just shoot that. I want to shoot that because that's gonna be very useful for routing later. Okay. And then shoot this because this will release the time shift stone, which is very useful.
Yeah, and then KitKat's going to be doing a glitch known as mass skip.
Missed it, great. Yeah, because you skip like the... Okay, that worked, yeah. Because basically what the game wanted you to do, the game wanted you to like fight like up like fight through like the mask section, but we're just gonna skip that with a bomb and stuff. If I remember how to do it.
Yeah, it's basically by basically taking a bomb and falling into and basically running off the ship and falling into the water as the bomb explodes.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
You'll wind up basically out of the trigger range for like where the game tries to pull you back into the mass section.
Yeah, and that should be good, I think.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah, there we go, yeah. So basically, the game would normally, if you die anywhere else, the game would usually want to put you back at like the overdeck so that you wouldn't skip the master fight, but we can just do that. If we, again, die like out of like this area, which is, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's very important that you then leave the dungeon and come back in, and now the game thinks we've completed the mass section.
Yeah,
So basically the time shift stone was covered earlier, but now it's open and we can... And there's puzzles in this dungeon where you shoot the time shift stone from inside the ship.
Yeah. Alright, so now basically, we need to get to like, so now we know where the boss door is, but we still need to get the boss key. And in order to get that, we need to enter an area which will need another small key. In order to get the small key, we need to go to the basement, and in order to open the basement area, we need to do a bunch of like stuff around here.
Yeah, basically you need to power 2 generators for the engine room, and then go through the engine room, which is a bit of a convoluted process.
Yeah, and this is why I basically had this boat, boat down here, so that I can basically just bring this up here and set this to the present, because that's what I want to do right now. Missed that, nice. Cool, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cool strats you can do with the bow, because like you can fire an arrow and then you can cancel the bow while the arrow's in the air, and then you can like roll or side hop or whatever while the arrow is flying towards its target.
Yeah. Someone in chat just pointed out how like the bow looks kind of hard to aim. It's hard to like kind of do it quickly, but it's not too hard to like, do it itself. Oh, missed it, nice. Bow's not hard to aim, he says as he misses a shot, yeah. Okay, I wasn't sure if that worked, but yeah, yeah. I mean, it's hard to do it quickly and precise, but if you take your time to line it up, it's not too bad. Yeah. Alright, so we want to be at low health because we want to death warp again.
Yeah, I mean, one of the other things with the bow is that there's kind of 2 ways of aiming the bow, where one of them is to just like use the kind of like what the game kind of suggests that you do, where you like use it like any other item, where you hold the A button to charge it and then release the shot that way. But you can also do a quick charge if you hold the C button and pull back on the nunchuck. It will do a quick charge.
Yeah, and that's like what you see me doing. So it's like significantly faster than doing it normally. Or doing it with like the A button, which is how the game recommends you do it for some reason. Okay, so now in order to open the basement we had to like do these 2 switches. And now we can go into the basement, which is pretty cool. Okay, so somewhat precise jump here. I almost didn't do it, yeah. Conveniently, you don't actually get, you don't actually lose health avoiding out, so even though we're at 2 hearts, we are still at 2 hearts.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think, like, in this game, like, it's kind of presuming because you have the sailcloth that you can fall any distance, and I think that's kind of the in-universe explanation as to why you don't take damage from voiding out.
Yeah. I just like kind of want to follow what people were saying in chat, yeah. It's like, aiming with Wiimote is definitely much better, it's just, like, harder to do quickly. I mean, I think control is also quite hard to do quickly. I think they're both hard to do quickly, to be honest. Oh yeah, so I continue, yeah. Okay, so I could get an early cycle here. Yeah, nice. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is good. So basically, what I just did there is I did like the early cycle of the pistons. That can be quite hard to do, especially like in the middle bit where you have to like basically change direction with like the whip and stuff. But I did it quite nicely. There we go. Okay, so now this guy should give us a small key. And then we'll be on our way to the boss key. Okay, convenient where as we're at 2 hearts, we can just die here and cool. Alright, so now we can go ahead and go to the boss key. Get a few more arrows. Because why not? Yeah, I mean, we're not like dissing the Wiimote for like aiming and stuff. It's just that doing it quite quickly and precisely can be challenging in some situations.
Here's one situation where being able to roll after the bow shot's really important because it puts you out of range of the...
Okay, I'll do this guy, why not?
Yeah, it basically puts you out of range of that Technoblin.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we shot like this first BMOs in this room. Oh my god, why is my aim so terrible? Why are my hands shaky? Like, ooey. Okay, good. Yeah. Pretty sure we want a death orb here, from what I remember. But anyway, yeah. So like we killed like the first guy, so like we could easily manage to have like the 2 BMOs, and yeah. Okay, so now we have the boss key. I think I'm about 4 minutes ahead of my personal best somehow, which is good. Although I'm probably gonna mess this up. Although I do have a really good time save in my personal best at like Minecart Escort, which is towards the end of the run. So assuming I don't die there, this should actually be good. Although I don't know if this will actually count as like a PB anymore because my internet cut out and I'm not recording this locally, which is dumb. So I don't know if this would be a legit run, but who cares? I think the motion controls depend on like how skilled you are with them, because like for example, I haven't really had many issues or many major issues with the motion controls here. That's mostly because I know like all the strategies to like minimize motion control, like drift as you call it. I don't know, like motion control's decalibration or something. It's like just like small things like keeping the Wiimote still during cutscenes, pointing at the center bar, like just like these things will often make it better. Although I will agree, like, there were a lot of things that require motion control, like flying and swimming. Why would you add those in? They're so unnecessary. But like swords and like bows and stuff, that was pretty good. Well, that is pretty good. I'm playing the game right now. But yeah. Okay, so this is now the 5th boss, Tantalus. Now the first part of this fight is pretty good, but then it isn't like it's pretty cool when like Tantalus rips up the ship and stuff. But then it's like the rest of the fight is kind of boring and dull. It's not like this.
Yeah, it's like a lot of runners just really dislike this boss.
Yeah, I think this is the only category which actually does it because any percent skips it. All dungeons skips it with like a back in time thing. Wait, what does Hundo do for this?
Hundo has to do Tantalus because
it
needs the heart container.
Oh yeah, okay. So it's just any percent no back in time and Hundo which do this fight. All other categories pretty much skip it. Well, all other major categories.
Yeah, the other fun thing with Hundo is that 100% also has to do boss rush, and Tantalus is a rather common boss to get in boss rush.
Yeah. It's like a lot of, like, you won't see boss rush in this run because it's like just a mini game that's unnecessary. But, like, it is like, but like, a lot of boss rush is kind of dependent on like RNG and stuff.
Yeah, and 100% has to do it because there's a heart piece and the Hylian shield locked behind it.
Yeah. So like, yeah, and so it's like, kind of, if you do get Tantalus, it's kind of not that great. Alright, so basically I'm standing in the corner here and just shooting these guys with the bow and hopefully collecting this. Yes, okay, good. And this is Tantalus, this is Tantalus, basically just Celia from Monster Inc. Just not a great boss visually. And it's not like that hard to fight, just kind of shoot I, hit I, repeat.
Yeah, this boss is kind of an auto-scroller.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. There isn't much you can do in between phases. I mean, there's like these sections where like that's kind of somewhat fast if you are good with a bow, but other than that, that's about it. Okay, so now second part, Tantalus will either go left or right. This time they went right, so cool. Okay, well that was bad. Good. There isn't really much to this fight, so I'll probably just shut up mainly because my voice is dying and when you're like halfway through the run. Yeah. I especially like the third. I said I shut up, but I'm not gonna. I especially like the third part, like, of the first phase when, like, it's those tentacle things, because it's pretty satisfying to hit all of them in, like, basically rapid fire order. Nice. Okay, so that was that. That's the first phase. Second phase is a little bit different, I guess. This fight's boring. I don't know. There's not much to explain about it. You just kind of shoot high, hit high, repeat.
There is one thing where you have to run up this box and there's barrels coming down at you, and there's this barrel we like to call Barrel Dwarf because it can just randomly hit you and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. I think I almost lost a run to Tantalus RNG once, but yeah. Like, it would have been a PB by like 5 minutes, but it ended up being a PB by like 30 seconds because of that. It's like just random shit like that.
Yeah. There's a runner, Exto, who he was in chat a long time ago, but he was doing damageless attempts, and the furthest he got in his damageless attempts without taking damage was this fight, specifically because of barrel.
Alright, so yeah, sometimes you can get like a nice shot on Tentless there, but I missed it, so that was great. Come on. Okay. It's not hard, I just kind of missed it because I was too slow. It's not bad. And that's Tentless. So yeah, somewhat. I kind of like the fight up until he actually shows his face. Like I like the part where he like tears apart the ship, but and the rest of the fight's just kind of dull.
Yeah, I think that's a common opinion. The build-up's cool, but then
It's like, yeah.
builds up to a not terribly exciting fight.
Yeah. I'm almost done with Sandship, and I'm like about 4 minutes. I still have 4 minutes ahead of PB, so this is cool. We're like only like just beyond the halfway point of this run, so anything can happen, especially as we have Song of the Hero coming up, which is probably the hardest part of the run, especially considering I haven't practiced it because you don't do it in like any other category, except Hundo, but I don't run Hundo.
Yeah, and I mean, Hundo cheeses most of the Song of the Hero stuff. I mean, Tad Tones is probably the most similar in between Hundo and No BiT, and even then, Hundo gets to do it with a potion medal that triples the duration of the air potion.
Yeah. I definitely think like No BiT's Song of the Hero is definitely like the hardest, because Bokoblin base in Hundo is really just not really Bokoblin base, because you like do glitches into it. Tad Tones is like really hard because you only get like a brief time for the air potion, that's about it. And then Minecart Escort is just hard. We have all that to come, so coming up basically now in like the immediate future, we have done 2 out of the 3 like what do you call them, like dungeons, or like we've got 2 out of the 3 Sacred Flames, and we still need to get the final one, which is found in Elden. So again, we need to go to the Thunderhead, get the song, do the trial, enter the dungeon, do the dungeon, then we can finally go back to the Sealed Grounds and presumably see Zelda, who's in the past currently. Just give it like another like 40 minutes. But yeah. I'm pretty sure the marathon timer is behind by like 10 or 15 seconds, so currently the time that reads for me is 3:36:17. I don't know how accurate, like, but from what I'm seeing it's like slightly less than that. Well, like 5 seconds actually. Yeah. Cool. So the third song, now we're going to go ahead and do the Elden Trial. Now, it's kind of like, it's not really like a debate, but like some people think the Lanayru trial is harder than the Elden one, and some people think the Elden one's harder than the Lanayru. I don't really know. I think they're both just roughly the same difficulty. I think there's more ways the Elden one can go wrong, but in general, okay. I scratch this argument. I have no idea which one's right. They're both hard in their own ways.
Yeah, I guess my personal opinion is the Elden one's harder.
Yeah. I think there was like a poll on Reddit, and I think most people agreed that the Lanayru one was harder. And I can definitely see that. I think they both have hard parts to themselves, but they're not like stupidly hard, I think. Neither of them. They're all pretty easy if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I think it's like the Elden one, it's like the part that we do first in the speed run, where that one where you're going up on that sandy slope, is probably the hardest part of it, because because there's like the watchers that on that sandy slope, and you kind of need to manage your camera and your stamina well to avoid them.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Okay, so, yep, going to Elden. Not much to talk about, just kind of flying. Actually, I'm gonna stand up. I haven't stood up in a while. It's been like 3.5 hours. And almost get hit by a tournament, great. Or tornado tournaments, I think.
Yeah, I mean, eventually we're going to need to do a death warp, so,
Yeah, eventually, yeah.
yeah, so it's like, it's one of those situations again where it's like we're gonna want to take damage to kind of set up for later.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna take off my shield here for the same reason I did earlier in the run. It's basically so it doesn't, like... So, like, if I catch on fire, it won't just completely, like, get extinguished, basically. Like, no, it won't get burnt up. There we go. Extinguish is the other way of saying it. Okay, cool. So yeah, third trial. I'm gonna try and do harp cancel for the 4th time. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and then it's like a lot of the time too with the shield is like runners try to not have the shield equipped when they don't need it because the controls for using the shield and rolling are the same.
Yeah, that's like one reason why a lot of people don't have the shield up a lot.
And so it's very easy, like when you want to roll to accidentally pull out the shield, and it's quite annoying when that happens.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying, yeah. Yeah, so it's like the third. So this is the Elven one. Again, as we've been discussing, like it starts off pretty hard and then it kind of gets easier from then. Yeah. That's about it, really. I like how there's like such a nice missed tier. Yeah, I like how there's like such a difference in commentary for like 2 different categories. Like any percent, you're constantly talking because there's so much to talk about all the time, and you'll often like leave bits out. But in no bit, there's like nothing to really talk about because it's like nothing is really interesting is happening on screen. That's like just complete reverse of like any percent commentary wise.
Yeah, but it's like back there is kind of what I was talking about, where you've got that kind of a little bit of a minefield of watchers there that you need to dodge. It's a lot worse going up than it is going down, and like eventually you work out what the strats are to avoid them, but otherwise it can be kind of difficult.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna try and get past this guy. Yes, okay, that was pretty close. But sometimes I go for that cycle, sometimes I don't. This time I did, because I can.
And like this is also kind of what I was talking about earlier, where there's light fruits that are kind of like in your path, and so...
So I think if you're like gonna do all 4 trials, you might as well just pick up like the first convenient one, which was the one we picked up in Farron.
Yeah, because like you see, they're like literally like right in the optimal path. So like so if you want to like dodge that cutscene, you kind of have to go out of your way in a few instances.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So in categories that do fewer trials, like they tend to try to skip all the light fruits, but since this category has to do all of them, like it's pretty much better to just intentionally pick up the one in the Farron trial, so that like in this trial you can kind of just run into them and not worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think movement in this like late part is kind of weird. But yeah. Other than that, this trial is pretty decent, I think. Like, this trial's probably been pretty fast up until now. It can still go wrong, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's like pretty okay so far.
Yeah, because back when I learned the actual any percent category of this game, like this was one. It was this trial and the Farron trial were the only 2 required trials.
Yeah, this is like about a year ago or something, I think. Yeah, because now
Yeah.
trials aren't required at all. I think.
Yeah, but this was before the whole early boss rush was
Yeah.
found. So yeah, it was. Yeah, so this. Yeah, so it was like this trial, like I remember took. I mean, it's like at this point, like you can lose time, but like you're not likely to get caught. It's the like early part of the. If you're gonna like really botch it to the point of getting caught, it's in the very early part of the trial where that would happen.
Yep.
Also, interestingly enough, like in the actual Elden Volcano area, those air jets are on a cycle, but in the trial they're not. They're always the 2 air gusts are always active.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the whole reason why we went to do the trial in the first place, was to get the 5 shield earrings, which will unlock the Volcano Summit. Yeah.
Yeah, so that hot cave that we went through like 3 hours ago, where we took, where we had to take damage through it. So now we have the ability to go through there without taking any damage.
Yeah.
It also unlocks that area so that we can actually like go through to the Volcano Summit, because like technically you can get a Guardian Potion to go through there, but without taking damage, but there's a Phi trigger that will stop you from actually going into the Volcano Summit.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, Volcano Summit, alright. So yeah, so basically we're pretty much just like about to, like, we're not actually about to enter Fire Sanctuary, because we still have one annoying part, which is the Scrapper fetch quest. It's basically like you have to get like a water basin to hydrate like this big frog. But yeah, I'll get to that later when we actually do the thing. But for now, we need to hydrate these smaller frogs, which we can do anyway, because this is like why we needed the bottles in the first place, was to do this. That's first frog, and yeah, and then we do the second one.
Yeah, and then also like when we beat Sandship, like we got upgraded to the Goddess White Sword, and the Goddess White Sword doesn't do any increased damage, but they decided to have it instead give you more dowsing targets, which for this category is completely useless. But
Yeah.
you saw there that Phi gave us the, for us, useless ability to douse for Goddess cubes.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so now there's this big frog, right, where we can't just hydrate him like with water balls, because we'll need something more, and so therefore we need to get the water basin from the water dragon to basically, and we need to carry it over to Elden. But because Scrapper is a dick, he'll decide to basically fly into the beginning of Elden. So then we have to like basically kind of get him like through from like the beginning of Elden to like Volcano Summit. If I said that correctly, I probably didn't, but yeah, you'll see in like 5 minutes or whenever the thing starts. Well, we are able to skip a decent chunk of it. I think, yeah, if I remember how to do it.
Yeah, but basically, Yeah, this is the reason why everybody hates Scrapper.
Yeah, probably the biggest reason, yeah. Right. So basically talk to the water dragon and then she'll give us the basin and yeah.
Yeah, and then Fi will ask us if we want to call Scrapper, and even if we say no, Fi will call him anyways. Because it's basically, like in the English version, it's like the no option is like not this guy or not that guy, but then if you pick that option, Fi says, I don't see any other way, so I'm gonna call the robot anyways.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah. So now the water basin, now you could basically go back to Eldin and do this like basically scrapper escort thing, or at least the second half of it. Oh my god, this is really dumb. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, this is kind of the first instance where we need to like go to a different area to get something to bring it back to the area we just were at.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only judgments that like 5 pops are way too often. Yeah. That's one of the annoying things, yeah. Okay, so now the water basin again, just go to Eldon. A lot of this commentary is just from me repeating myself because there's literally nothing else to mention.
Yeah. But yeah, as Kickout said, like once we land in Eldon, Scrapper is going to take us all the way to the bottom. Because clearly that's where we wanted it to go. Casually you'd need to climb all of Eldon again to get up there, but luckily in the speedrun we can skip a lot of it.
Yeah, like we can definitely like skip like we can go to like the Earth Temple Earth Temple Bird statue and like do some stuff there. I can't remember what we do. Like we do we just like save and quit there, or do we have to like die there? I can't remember.
Basically fly back to in front of the Earth Temple and then Death Warp, and then Scrapper respawns right there.
Okay, so you save and die. Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure you can all tell it's been a long time since I've done this category. Yep. Yeah, and like you can do this at like the Earth Temple Bird statue, but you can't do it at the Fire Sanctuary entrance because the game is at least somewhat smart and knows that would kind of be cheating. But yet again, I don't really know why they didn't like block the Earth Temple one, but I'm not complaining because it makes this awful quest way shorter.
Yeah, I mean it's still like pretty annoying to do the last part of it, just because there's some annoying enemies in the way, and you kind of just at a certain point you just run and hope that Scrapper or that like Scrapper doesn't get hit too much, or if he does, then you wind up just then like it just like he quote dies, and then you have to restart from that checkpoint.
Okay, this is kind of annoying. Where's these guys? Sometimes you can get like by without these guys here, but it's kind of annoying when that happens. Okay, now we died finally. This costs us like all of our arrows and red rupee because you know why not. Okay, here's like that part where like you kind of just have to hope and like just run and hope. This part. So I'm saving up stamina. Running. Maybe reloading. Okay, good, yeah. And there's also this part which is very annoying. So I'll like kill most of the enemies here.
Yeah, the previous part's not too bad. It's this volcano summit part that.
Yeah, I like to just choose to kill these guys because I have no idea how to do this normally. I'll just stun these guys, right? I won't really kill them. Hopefully that'll be enough. Hopefully that'll be enough for Scrapper not to die, please. Thank you very much. That'd be nice. Game, come on, game. Okay, yeah, yeah. Because I think if you don't stun them, it's really annoying. But that was pretty decent, I guess, for what that was. And that's done. Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so that's gonna let us into Fire Sanctuary, and yeah, I guess, yeah, Fire Sanctuary is kind of a cool dungeon.
Yeah, it's similar. Like I kind of think it's similar to how I think of like LMF. It's like it's not my favorite, but it's like it's better than Temple, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, better than Earth Temple is a fairly low bar.
It is though, yeah.
Luckily, there are a few arrow refills in this dungeon.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them, so we'll definitely be picking those up. So I'm gonna wait for you so I can get your arrow refill. Cool. Okay, well, apparently you didn't even drop an arrow thing. Great.
Yeah,
okay, game.
Yeah, I think like if you do get a good arrow drop there, I think you can also whip the arrow drop to pick it up from the like moving platform if you're quick enough.
Yeah, apparently I can't open a chest, but whatever. Small key. Now I'm gonna do something called gold skip. I haven't actually got that. I haven't really practiced this at all, so I'm kind of YOLOing this. So I don't know how well this is gonna go, but we'll see. It worked. That was very surprising because I haven't done that. Like I just YOLO'd it. Nice.
Yeah, that skips a cutscene where a magma talks to you for like 16 years.
Yeah, it's like a pretty long cutscene, which is good.
Because yeah, there are a bunch of magmas in this dungeon, and the magmas are all named after like metallic elements. So in this dungeon we have gold, silver, bronzy, and plats.
Okay, this hand is also quite annoying as well. Yeah, I think like in terms of like other magmas, I think you have lead, and there's like another one.
Yeah, we met Lead and Cobalt earlier. They were the ones in Earth Temple, or in before Earth Temple.
Yeah, might as well just get those arrow refills, why not?
Yeah, because arrows are kind of precious in this category, and
yeah, because like towards the end, like you might not like have many arrows, and it's like you kind of lose time a bit there.
yeah, and I'm like thinking Minecart Escort 2, you really want to have arrows for that, ideally. So yeah, in this dungeon we have Dark Lizalfos, and
Yeah. They have more health, but that doesn't really matter because extending blow just kind of kills them anyway.
yeah. Yeah, they're also a little more aggressive, and there's one other difference. It's like where the regular Lizalfos shoot fire at you, the Dark Lizalfos shoot this cursed energy.
Yeah.
That like prevents you from using your sword if it hits you.
Or like just any items, I think, yeah. And same thing with like just about every cursed item here, yeah. Thanks to luck, Tato. Yeah, Tato's like a speeder in this game. Yeah, I just wanted to point that out because I can. Anyway. Okay, I don't care about you. I'll kill these guys. Actually, do I need any more arrow refills? No, I don't. Like, I might need arrow refills, but I don't, so I don't need those guys. So yeah, as you saw, there's like a key there that we need, but yeah, there's a key in here.
So this is one of the other magmas that I was alluding to.
Yeah. I think Fire Sanctuary has a lot of magmas. Lol.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we have the small key, now we can actually progress through the dungeon. That wasn't a too out of way small key. So I think the only purpose it has is just introducing you to that magma, which we'll see later on in the dungeon. Also, you can just do that to skip having to go all the way around. Like, and yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so we kind of saw one of these fire hands called the McManos before, but now we actually have to fight them.
Yeah. Okay, optimally you get both of them here. Okay, I got that nice, yeah. Getting both of them here was kind of hard, but I did that, which is cool. Also, pressing fly here will actually skip a cutscene, which is pretty cool. Just because it will. Yeah, opens door, please.
Yeah.
So yeah, now we are able to get the Mogman Witch, which I alluded, like, I talked about this, like, right at the beginning of the game, is that, like, when we got the Digging Mitts, is that, like, the dungeon item for this would be an upgrade to them, and that's exactly what they are.
Yeah, the magma mitts allow you to actually burrow underground.
Yeah, that's useful, yeah. Alright, so this is like the halfway point of the dungeon, so there's like a little bit more we can do. But yeah. Nothing huge. Mogwitch.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually a lot to this dungeon, especially in this category.
Yeah.
It's
so like most
other
other categories, this next part you wouldn't actually see at all.
Or like basically any of the first like 2/3 of this dungeon, really. Because like
Yeah.
yeah, this dungeon kind of gets broken in a lot of other categories, but in this category, without back in time, we don't really have the means to do that.
Okay, so I'm just gonna save here because we're gonna death walk after this. And yeah. And so again, in order to progress, we need a small key, and we just need to go ahead and get it. This one's kind of out of the way, but yeah. I say kind of, it is out of the way.
Also, random required use of Gust Bellows there.
Yeah, pretty much.
And yeah, I guess that's kind of introducing you to like these underground switches that you can hit to open gates, and there'll be a few of them in this dungeon.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and get that as well. So I can like, stay at like a decent amount of arrows, because you want to have a lot of arrows by the end of this. So like by the Leviathan fight, you could just use arrows as much as you want.
Yeah, that's the other place where you want a lot of arrows.
Okay. So I don't think we actually have to save this Mongma, do we? Like we can like just like get a small key and just death warp out, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you death warp out, you don't have to save him.
Yeah. So we're just gonna leave him be. He's not important anyway.
Yeah, I think the game automatically saves him after you beat the dungeon.
Yeah, pretty sure as well, yeah.
It's actually interesting because like he's the only Mogma that like disappears after you beat the dungeon. Like the other Mogmas in here, like if you glitch past them, like they're still in their original locations.
Yeah.
Which is a little bizarre, but that's the way they programmed the game, I guess.
Okay, so I've learnt this rule because why not? Basically. And we can go under here, pretty much. Now there's this guy. This guy can be in a really unfortunate situation, unfortunate place. So okay, I'm gonna wait because this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Don't see me. Don't see me. Don't see me. I'm at 2 health. No. This is okay. This is not great RNG. Okay, good. Risking it.
Yeah.
Okay, good. As long as you can like be really out of your way, but then there's situations like this where it was like really not out of your way at all. Okay, so here's the and because I was on 2 hearts, I wanted to be safe. So here's a small key. Now we can die pretty much.
Yeah. They decided they needed to have Moldorms in this game, so yeah,
Yeah.
that is the Moldorms of this game, and I like to call them Troll Dorms.
Yeah, they're kind of really annoying. Like, there's like a section where you have to fight one of them, and that can either take 5 seconds or what feels like 5 years, depending on like how convenient his RNG is for you.
Yeah. I mean, there are strats to kind of mitigate it, but like you're still kind of dealing with RNG.
It still sucks.
Yeah. It's like, is there a game where Moldorms appear where they don't suck? Like I'm thinking Link to the Past, where like there's the infamous Moldorm.
Yeah. Okay, so
Like
now
that's
here-
the one that really gets the name Trolldorm.
Yeah. Okay, so basically here, how do I explain this? There's a lot happening right now. Basically, we need to try and get to the boss key, boss door, and boss key, but yeah, boss door. And in order to do that, we need to like get some lava to flow, and in order to get to that point, we need to catch this guy. This guy's plat, and yeah. In every other category, you'll not even in rando, this is skipped, but here it's here you have to do it. Okay, and this is also another one of those instances which might take 5 minutes or 5 years, depending on how useful his RNG is. Okay. This should be good. Oh, what was that? I'm sorry, but what? He just jumped, like, I'm sorry. Ah, yeah, see, this is inconvenient. God damn it. I should probably could have gone there, to be honest. I can get him here. Oh, apparently not. Half this is RNG, but half this is just me being bad at the game. Come on. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
There we go. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the basic strat there is you kind of want to lure him into a corner where you can then, where you'll then be able to walk up to him. But yeah, sometimes he can be annoying.
I don't know why he jumped to them. That was so weird. Like, I'm pretty sure I had him, but then he just kind of was like, nope, I'm gonna keep going. It's like, why? I don't know. So the chest itself isn't actually useful at all. We just wanted this gate to open.
Yeah, that chest is a heart piece, which means that, like, it's required for 100%, but for 100% we have other means to spawn that chest in.
Yeah. No bit we don't. We have to do a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so now this is probably the best way we can get the lava flowing is to blow this up, but this will also mean the lava will come crashing down at us, which isn't actually that bad, as long as we're quick and we know what we're doing. And conveniently there are stamina fruits here, so we can just keep going. Like, we don't need to, we didn't need to, like, do any, like, stamina stuff, except, like, right at the end, but it doesn't really matter at that point. And now the lava's flowing, so now we can go to the boss door and boss key.
So yeah, basically like the skip that Kikot did at the very start of this dungeon, like skipped a conversation where the magma ghoul was talking to us about like jumping into the mouth of the sleeping statue, which is this one right here.
Yeah.
Now, like earlier we fought one Darkless Almost, now we get to fight two Darkless Almost.
Yeah, it's not too bad though, especially if you get really good RNG like that was. Good, alright. Again, you've just been attacking final blow them, and then like the extra health they have compared to the normal Lizalfos doesn't really mean anything. Yeah. Also, just a bit of history, in old NE%, you would actually skip the Plat's chest stuff, and you skip like all that because you have like a bit warp where you like use the back in time glitch to basically manipulate your coordinates to be around this point. So yeah. So now here's the boss key, but we need to light up some torches first. So I have to do this in a very specific order, depending on how many wings they have. So first one is 0, the next one is 1, 2, 3, etc.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a cool trick here. Where, yeah, you push that bomb a little further away so it blows up the rock but doesn't hit you. And it...
Yeah. It's like semi-precise. It's not that precise, but you know, it's like some time save. That isn't too hard to execute, assuming you're quick.
yeah, it's not terribly difficult.
So now here we actually have to kill this guy. Again, similar to the Plat's chest fight, or Plat's quote-unquote fight. This can either take 5 minutes or 5 years, depending on if his RNG is good. Okay, this looks good. Maybe. Yep, good. Okay, that's good so far, but then this next part is kind of really annoying sometimes. Okay, actually this was like really good fight actually. Yeah, really good. Normally he can like really troll you, but that was really good. So very convenient, which is very like virtually never happens. And now we have the boss key. So now we can basically finish the dungeon, which is good. Okay, so now we go ahead and fight the 6th boss of the game, which is technically the same as the first boss. We still fight Girahim, but the second iteration of Girahim. So he's a little bit more powerful here, and he also has 2 swords, not 1, but it should still be fine.
Yeah. The first phase is kind of the same idea, except he spawns some darts around that really don't actually matter for anything.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same idea as the first time.
Yeah. And yeah, good. Equip my shield because it's faster in this fight in some instances. And hopefully I won't die. Because I forgot to save, lol. Okay, so shield bash here. So fast to do so.
I mean, you're not saved that far away.
Yeah. Also, I do have 6 hearts, so dying would be really unfortunate. And again, similar here, you want as little darts and as many, like, opportunities where you can hit him as much as possible. So not like this.
I mean, those darts aren't too bad. It's when he spawns the darts around him that is a real time waster.
Yeah, that seemed to be a pretty good fight. There were a few darts, but nothing major. That was a good fight.
Yeah,
So far, it's been pretty good Girahim RNG though.
Yeah, he didn't do the really slow dart attack, so
yeah, that's
always good.
Yeah.
I mean, you can interrupt that attack early, but it's a little bit RNG.
Yeah. Yeah, like a lot of that fight is pretty fairly RNG, so yeah. Okay, so we're on 7 hearts, and yeah, why not? Alright. So
Yeah, and I mean, because of the hero mode, like taking double damage, like there's not really much difference between having 7 hearts and having 8 hearts.
yeah. And this is basically like me having 3.5 hearts on most games, I think, so yeah, it's fairly hard, but whatever. YouTube is fine for me, although I haven't actually had it up. I'll just put it up right now and see if it's dead. I mean, it's taking a while to load. Yeah, it seems dead. Anyway, back to whatever the fuck is it. Ah, yes, YouTube is killed. Insert that meme here. Yeah. But yeah, so now our sword is fully upgraded, or fully upgraded in quotation marks, as you will see. So now we fight the second iteration of the Emperors, and we fought the first one earlier. Yeah. Nice land behind the temple. And yeah. So that was like the second third of the game, which took like, what, a short 2 hours. So now in prison, acknowledge that I have sword, and then I will do Skyward Strike, but then oh no, in prison 2 will come back up. Okay, so now this is now Groose has actually kind of got his act together, because if you remember the first time he was really scared, but this time he actually he's a pretty decent help, as you'll see. So in Prison 2, nothing has really changed except the fact he has arms, and with that we'll actually be able to stay on his head if we do the jump slash thing, which is kind of why it's very useful in this fight, because like in the first one we just use it to skip a cutscene. In this fight we use it to stay on his head, which is significantly more faster.
Yeah, and then Groose is also going to introduce us to the Groosinator, which is this catapult that can launch these big bombs at the imprisoned. If KitKat does this fight correctly, he will not use the Groosinator at all.
Yeah, because there's like text and stuff. Okay, so this fight could be a little bit challenging. This is like another one of the challenging parts, so we'll see how this goes. Good. So the first hard part is just going to get the fingers down. So I did that fine. So I'm just going to wait for this guy to sting. Okay, and hopefully... Okay. So that's the first jump slash, and I should stay on his head. And I'll do this jump slash again. This time it's going to be harder because it'll be from a more awkward position. But we'll see. Yep, good. And okay, I should have worked unless the jump slash was right. Then I should have stayed on his head, in theory. Okay, good, yeah. And last thing, and then final, and then that's basically it. That was probably the a perfect in Prison 2 fight, and that's really good because that fight can either take like 5 minutes or 5 hours. Someone in chat asked just how am I comparing it to PB. I think I'm about like 5 minutes ahead, which is really fast. I'm just going to try and compare. Yeah, it looks like I'm like 8 minutes ahead, which is actually kind of a shame because I don't think this will count as a PB because my internet died like around the 2-hour mark, and I'm not locally recording this. So, I mean, if this does PB, I'll definitely try and submit it, but I don't think it'll count, which is sad. But whatever. Yeah, there are still a bunch of really hard parts to run where I might mess up, but we'll see. Yeah, so like, if it does PB, it'll be like a kind of unofficial personal best, yeah. I mean, it's not that like the internet went out, it said like I missed a huge chunk of, okay, I missed like 3 or 4 minutes of gameplay because the internet went down momentarily. I mean, I'll definitely try and submit it if it PBs. We'll just see what happens. I think. Well, it's almost assuming it will PB. We still have like a third of the game left to go through, but we'll see. I'm hopeful, but we still have Song of the Hero left, which is like the hardest part of this run. Okay, so that's in Prison 2 done. So now we can actually go to the past, and then basically the final third of the game is complete. Or not complete, it starts, I mean. And that is the Song of the Hero quest. And basically involves talking to Levias, and there's like a whole kind of mini quest on getting to Levias, and then you have to do like 3 different challenges in 3 in the like 3 areas. And then yeah.
Yeah, because basically the goal will be to talk to the dragons that are in each of the 3 areas. We met the water dragon earlier, but there's also a fire dragon and a thunder dragon.
Yeah, and like you basically using all those in this category, yeah.
Yeah, and there's quests that you have to do for each of them.
Yeah. Someone in chat just said have like 400 to 500 people verify it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, technically, I am a mod on Speedrun.com, so I could verify it myself, although that would be kind of a dick move.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't know. It just looks bad having like person did a run, and it was verified by the same person. Anyway, yeah, so I continue, if you're saying anything.
And not a whole lot here. So we're about to get the true Master Sword.
Yeah.
So this is the cutscene where Link finally meets Zelda after all this time, and then Zelda like explains a bunch of stuff in a very long cutscene, and then blesses Link's sword and transforms it from the Master Sword into the true Master Sword.
Yeah.
Which the main difference being that it has the ability to stun enemies, which doesn't come into play really immediately, but like in the end game really comes into play.
Yeah, like fighting the Horde with Master Sword versus the true Master Sword is definitely noticeable in difficulty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone in chat just called it the Masterist Sword. And I entirely agree with that name. Yeah, but yeah, now we have like the Master Sword. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. And now Groose is going to talk about how cool it would be if there was a tree here, which will come into play later.
Yeah, it's kind of Groose hinting at us like what we should do in like next like half an hour or so. No, but yeah, in like 40 minutes. Assuming everything is good in terms of like Minecraft scored, because that's kind of coming up, and we've kind of been talking about it. It's like this is a really hard part, especially on 7 hearts. I think my PB actually died there, which lost a lot of time. So even though I'm quite kind of ahead of my personal best, I do have a pretty good lead in terms of that, assuming I don't die. But anyway, so now we basically, what's happened story-wise is we got up to Zelda, but because Demise is still in the world, Demise is like the final boss. She's basically kind of like sealed herself until we kill Demise, and so in order to kill Demise, we need the Song of the Hero, or the Triforce, which requires the Song of the Hero, which requires us to do a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. Okay, so now we're just going to do a bunch of funky stuff on Skylar. First of all, I'm going to get a water potion for the first next section after Minecart Escort, because it's just fast to do it, because it involves a lot of swimming. Then I'm going to go ahead and talk to Headmaster Gapora, who will talk to us, who will tell us about Levias and stuff. And yeah, I'll do a bunch of other stuff afterwards. I don't think. Okay, I didn't select the water thing. Did I? What am I getting out of this? Okay, good water. I don't want to buy something that's useless. Yeah.
Yeah. So part of the reason we're getting this potion is because in hero mode, one of the other changes that is from normal mode is they half the amount of air that you have underwater, and so using the air potion basically temporarily gives us essentially the same amount of air capacity as we would have on normal mode,
Yeah.
which speeds up tad tones by a lot.
Yeah.
It's doing tad tones without an air potion is just painful.
Yeah. It's like just because of like how convenient it is, we're like we might as well get it. Yeah. It's like if you've ever died like early on in Tad Turns as like a runner, it's really painful because you have to do the entire thing in like really low really low what's it? Drowning ability? I don't know. It's like low air meter. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, because basically if you die, you lose all of the potions that you had active, which means you lose the air potion.
Yeah. I just want to say, yeah. Go ahead. Okay, I'm speaking now. Yeah. Someone in chat just mentioned like how would they eat food? There's like no land to farm. Pumpkins. Literally, there are pumpkins on Skyloft. And they give you rupees. Sorry, yeah, continue. Yeah, but anyway, so this is Owlin. We're basically talking to him so he can learn the spiral charge so we can do stuff.
Yeah. And fun fact, Owlin's door is only unlocked by getting the sailcloth, which is just a random tidbit of information.
Yeah, I think early on in like any percent, we could technically always skip the sailcloth, but there's always that one door which really messed it up. But now we don't have to worry about this because we would be long done with any percent by now. Like, we would not have to go to this point. It's a spiral charge tutorial, it's not that hard. I should be able to do this in like the 60 seconds, unless I'm like in like the height, but just there. Like, the timer should be 60 if I'm clever about this, although it might not. I might be dumb. That's good.
Yeah. Basically, the spiral charge gives us kind of this like spin attack with our loft wing. We don't actually really wind up using it at all, but like you're intended.
Oh yeah, because we like skipped the first part of the Levias fight. Yeah.
Yeah, you're intended to use this in the first part of the Levias fight, which we will be skipping.
Yeah. Good. So we have two more targets. I know where they both are, so this is not like a challenge at all. No, oh no! I tried to go for that one, but it didn't work. Okay. Am I still going to finish in the 60s? Maybe. I think I am. Yeah, 61. Okay. Suboptimal, but whatever. Okay, so now we have Spiral Charge, and now we can go to the Lumpy Pumpkin, which is how we get the pumpkin soup, and that's how we basically bring Levias out and start the Bilocyte fight, which is required to like kind of free Levias.
Yeah, because basically, like, Owlin was talking about how Levias just, like, seems possessed by something and not himself, and then decides to teach us the Spiral Charge, saying, like, hey, this might be useful to deal with him, and, yeah.
So yeah, cool. So I talked to this guy, he gives us some like pumpkin soup. And yeah. So now we're basically heading on our way to the Thunderhead, so we can basically trigger the Bilocyte fight.
And of course, we're on the complete opposite side of the world.
Yeah, basically. Also, because we have Spiral Charge, we can just basically go through these tornadoes. Which is pretty useful. Alright. Yeah, there's not much to say here, just kind of general flying stuff.
So when it comes to the fight itself, Kickout's gonna immediately try to land onto Levias's back.
Yeah.
And basically, although Phyllosite like is technically unloaded at that point, his hitbox is still there, and you can actually hit it and spawn his second phase early.
Yeah. As I will basically now demonstrate. So, one, and there we go, second phase. And apparently almost jumping off the... No, I almost fell off the device's head. That was fun.
But yeah, as you can see here though, Phyllosite is completely invisible.
Yeah, because we didn't finish the first phase, his things like his character model wasn't fully in, so he was invisible, which is still fine because we still have like hit markers for the bow and stuff.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, this is just like, this fight is fairly simple. It's like, it's a nice spectacle because you're in the sky and it's pretty cool. But other than that, it's a pretty simple fight when you like boil it down to what it actually is.
Yeah.
I'm also trying to use my arrows really sparingly because I would really kind of want arrows. Yeah, I do really want. Ah, he's doing something weird. Okay, this is the second phase. Second part of the second phase. I mean. Okay. Now this is the part where I just do this. Boy. So stand in a position and just keep Skyward striking him until he's dead. And that's the fight. Yeah, someone in chat was saying flying does bog down the game a bit. It does kind of, but you still actually have to do all the things in the respective areas. So I guess flying is still a decent percentage, but it's not like most of the game. Like I guess I think it's in Wind Waker in terms of the glitches stuff. Well, I don't know. I haven't actually played Wind Waker. Or I speedrun it at least. But yeah, that was the Vice. So after this we have the amazingly fun part, which is the minecart escort. This is where I have the most time save. Because I died.
Yeah.
How many hearts did I have for my PB? I think I had like 9 hearts for my PB. I have 7 this time around. Oh no, I had 7 for my PB. Okay.
Yeah.
It's still scary though.
Yeah, basically the thing with the minecart escort is it's like about 80% of it is just this like fairly easy auto scroller section where you're basically just following the minecart around and occasionally pressing switches to let it go further. And then you hit the last room, which is this really tough enemy gauntlet. And if you die, you have to do the entire thing over again.
Yeah.
Like,
so it's like it's pretty scary. So I think like that's the last room is also pretty scary. So I'm definitely gonna heal up to full, or heal up to as much as I can do being full. But yeah, we'll see. I'm kind of nervous about it, but we should be fine. He says. Yeah. And it's like, as people are talking about, just kind of off topic a bit, people are talking about how like YouTube's down. It's down in the UK as well, so. Because I just tried it a bit ago. A bit ago. Funny meme, okay. So I'll try using again, I might fix it. It's going really off topic whilst we're just flying. Yeah, still down. Alright, cool. Right, so now for some of everything we have to go through the 3 areas all over again. It's faster to do the navy one first, the minecart escort, because it's the closest one to the Thunderhead, even though they're all relatively really far away. Okay, so basically it's kind of resides in the gorge, which is why we're here in the first place.
Yeah,
I'll definitely
so
agree
again,
with people. Yeah, you talk, yeah.
Yeah, again, like we're all with the Lanayru area, we are visiting a completely different sub area for this, which isn't gonna be quite the same case for the other two Song of the Hero quests.
Yeah. There's also a debate in chat is like sailing in Wind Waker more boring than flying in Skyward Sword.
Yeah,
I'd argue that, like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I can really say because like I only ever played the HD remake of Wind Waker, so yeah.
Alright, so save here, don't know why. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be. Okay, well apparently I can't sit on a stool. Yeah, so just bring up to full here because why not? I don't have bombs. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, so first there's a small key down here, and just go ahead and collect that, and then we'll be able to start the awful minecart escort.
Yeah, I think like for like a lot of speedrunners, this is basically the worst part of the game.
Yeah, I think like once we're okay, I can't even really say once we're past this we're set because we still have Tadpoles and Bookhobbs and Base, two incredibly hard parts of the run, and sadly they're like right at the end, so great.
Yeah, that is kind of the one thing about this category is yeah, like all the hard stuff is like near the end of the run where it's like it's like you can literally lose your run in like the last hour.
Yeah, just like waste like 5 hours of your life. Yeah, because just like at the start they're like kind of few maybe hard parts like the Ring Ceremony cutscene skip. That's literally 8 minutes in. But yeah. But it's like these are like constantly hard, but it should be fine. I don't want to take any damage on like this first part because then it makes it way more scary. And yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, in this early part, there are some enemies, but they're not really like
they're not
difficult.
huge.
Now that we have a True Master Sword, they die in basically one hit.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Or one spin attack in the case of the Technoblins.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. Yeah, I would probably want to keep quiet personally because this is like a bit where I do really want to concentrate because it can be quite hard. So apologies for lack of commentary, but this is just kind of this, yeah. Okay, so the first void out I'm going to do is here. This will put the minecart further forward, so it's like small time savers. There'll be a few of those throughout this escort. Let me get those two if I can. Cool.
And yeah, this like first part is just a basic auto scroller.
Yeah, nothing too fancy, just kind of, just don't void out, otherwise you'll put the minecart back a bit far, and yeah, just kind of, A lot of this is kind of just general concentrating, so you don't mess anything up, because it's really easy to just like slip once and then you lose a lot of time.
Another intentional void out to advance the minecart further.
Yeah, as I said, there's like a few of those, yeah. So it's about like halfway through this. Yeah, feeling good, I guess. We still have like the really hard part that's to come. But yeah, no, that was actually intentional, yeah. Yeah, not only is this really hard, but it's also boring, so... Because, like, I mean, the main reason why these are really hard is because the game expects way more hearts than just 7. And it also expects you to not be on hero mode. So here's another void out coming up. It does require some brake sledding if we want it to be optimal. Yeah, brake sledding's not too hard. Just almost mess it up. Not too hard. Almost messes it up. Exactly. Okay. Come on. And so we're coming up to the death room basically. And coming up, you really do want to be like near kind of like near like the beginning of the near the beginning of like where the minecart is, because if your rhythm is off, that's like how I died. So like is because like there'll just be too many enemies. And yeah.
Yeah, so he's gonna want to whip this switch like at a specific time and then.
I got that good, yeah. This is not over because it's still a really hard room because there's like that many enemies at once, and this is very much a one-to-one based combat. Also, these Tendogbins are really annoying as well. I think we're good though. There's still a few more hard parts, but other than that, we should be good. And also, I'm manipulating the camera here so he doesn't actually shoot us. Yeah, he shot us. Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Both being on like 7 health and everything. Right. Yeah, someone said in chat, well, this isn't fun. Yeah, it's pretty hard. I think after this, assuming I don't just die, this shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that last room is the hard part, where if you're gonna die in the minecart escort, it's in that last room.
Yeah. Although it can still happen, is I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna die here. Yeah. People in chat saying Discord, Google is also down. I'm just gonna check that out, because, man. When I checked Google, it was fine for me. I get just a small off topic. Why didn't that blow it up? That was so weird. But anyway. Okay, I mean, Google less so works. It still works as Google, I think. At least the page does. I don't know how, like, yeah. Okay, now there's no more enemies. That's cool. Cool. Also, I have lunch because it's like just the like I don't know. It's like during these like really long runs, I just tend to eat food. So now I have lunch, I can just eat while I finish this run. Okay, so now the scary part of that is over. I did damage this as well. That's pretty impressive. Cool. Yeah. Okay, now how do I eat my food whilst playing? That's the question here. Okay. So yeah, just to finish this quest off, we really need to like, because this guy's sick, you need to kind of heal him with some like fruit and stuff. So you talk to him first, then you have to go get the fruit, and then yeah. Yeah, I definitely did something with my non-talk that game. I don't know if the game is dumb. So yeah. Ah, this is really bad. Ooh, okay, I made that by like very little amount of stamina. Nice. Cool. Okay, so if I'm trying to eat food and play the game, yeah. Okay, so there's like a kind of semi-precise bow shot here. Alright, got it, yeah. It's only semi-precise because you have to aim where you really don't think you have to aim. Okay, so now we have the ceiling for the fruit that we need to heal, the Thunder Dragon, but we need to actually make it grow. Very conveniently, Bruce basically said to us, hey yo, it would be cool if there's a tree there, so now we're going to put a tree exactly where that was.
Yeah, so I mean, this part of it basically then, we have to go to Farron now. Unfortunately, we can't do the Farron part of the Song of the Hero while we're here, because while we have the Lanayru one going, it locks us out of other parts of the Song of the Hero quest, so yeah. We kind of have to make an extra trip to Farron.
Mm. But cool. So now we basically have to go to the past, plant the thing, and yeah. Yeah, people in chat saying that like Discord is kind of slow. It seems fine for me, but I don't know. Alright, so now we have like the life tree fruit, and yeah. That's pretty cool. So now we're basically going to go back to Thunder Dragon and give him the fruit, and then we're done with this. And then we'll see how far I am in front of PB, because I've got to be at least like 10 minutes at this point. Alright, so going back to Gorge and stuff like that, yeah. Alright, so let's close some doors. Very good. Nice, now heal the Thunder Dragon, and that's basically 1/3 of the Song of Hero.
And now that we just came from Farron, we get to go right back to Farron.
Yeah. So now this is now, in Farron there's going to be 2 events, or 2 significant events. The first one is going to be the 3rd iteration of the Imprisoned, and then it's going to be a section called Tadtones where you have to swim in what is going to be flooded Farron Wood.
So you land and immediately imprisoned fight.
Yeah, pretty much.
This one, like, the first part of it is a little tricky, and then the rest of it is scripted.
Yeah. Pretty much. Like, this is like the only fight where like once you get past a certain point it's not too bad. Yeah, and this time we will intentionally use the Grushinator because we can. Pretty much.
Yeah, also because the imprisoned will otherwise throw you off his head immediately.
Yeah, in like the 3rd iteration you kind of have to use the Grushinator. Alright, get the thing, and then we should be good. Or apparently not. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway.
Yeah, it loses a little bit of time, but not that big of a deal.
Yeah. I don't really know why that happened, but cool.
Yeah, it looked like you might have been a little far back on the thing, but not really sure why that didn't work.
Alright, so the rest of this fight is pretty much scripted. There isn't really much else that can happen.
Yeah, because basically, like, Bruce lost access to his Grusinator bomb, so now he's going to catapult us at the imprisoned's head.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm just gonna eat the rest of my food because this is a long cutscene. Right. Yeah, like Tato just said in the chat, Discord's being weird. Yeah, I think everyone is still saying that like things are being weird. Yeah, that wasn't an optimal fight, but it wasn't that bad, I guess. Okay, so we apparently are on pace to do to sub 6 this. Whether we will, I don't know. And if we do, will it count as a run? I don't know, because my internet went out like halfway through. I'm not locally recording like an idiot, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, cool. Well, yeah, I mean, I'll definitely try and submit it, but I mean, if it gets denied, I really wouldn't be surprised.
So yeah, now more conversations and basically Impa's gonna say like the woods are flooded and she had to close off the normal way to the woods to prevent the sealed grounds from flooding. And then Groose is like, hey, I can catapult you into the woods, and yeah, so that's what you do. That's what we do.
Pretty much, yeah. And yeah, and this next section is why we had the water potion, air potion, whatever it's called. This next is like the main reason why we had that. So drink it here because it's just more convenient to do so. And on our way to Tadpoles. This is another pretty hard point. Well, it's more punishing because if you die, it's really bad. And you're just on a general timer because of the limitedness of the air potion. Like, it's not going to last forever. Yeah, swimming time. I'm trying to take as little damage as I possibly can because there is a part where I'll intentionally take damage at because I can only do that. And that's pretty risky on 7, to be honest.
Yeah. Also, yeah, like swimming through this part of the tree, like honestly, I consider that one of the most difficult parts of Tadtones because
it's pretty, yeah.
You're on this timer for the air potion. It's a very narrow corridor to swim through where it's easy to accidentally bonk, and so it's like you want to.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, you're trying to do this all quickly to maximize the usefulness of your air potion.
Yeah, I'm trying to like really conserve a lot of things, like how much like air potion I have, and also just in general like how much health I have, because I know like shortly in about like 30 seconds I'll have to take quite a huge amount of damage. Just like basically right around here, so I think my air's decent, so I won't have to do that much. Yeah, so like, that was just too hard, so that wasn't that bad. Now, do I remember how to do tabs though? Just been a while since I've done these. Kind of good indication which I haven't really practiced them, but okay, we'll see what happens. I didn't mean to pick you up, so you're just gonna disappear essentially. Yeah. Now screw up here. There's this guy who's gonna blow this up, and yeah.
Yeah, this is also kind of annoying because sometimes that Frog just wants to be in a really awful position. And
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things in Tattoos that can be annoying. Yeah, no.
And there's not a lot you can do about it if that happens. Because it's interesting the difference between like this in Hundo and this in no BiT. Because like in Hundo, like you still want to go fast, obviously, but like you don't have as much pressure from the timer because you have a potion medal that increases the duration of your air potion, but you don't have that in this category. So
yeah, this is why it's running out now, basically. So yeah. So get all those, and I'm just trying to try and make as much use of this as I can until it goes out, and this is kind of inconvenient. Okay, this is bad. You can already see that how much it just does more, like how much more air you lose. Very good. So I have to be, yeah, see, like, boom, and just in that I've lost a bunch of air. Okay, I do have a little bit of health, so I can just do that. There's a faster way of getting this, but I don't know it because I don't know. I just haven't practiced it. So at the end of this, the last thing, and then this is basically Tattoon's over. Ultimately we'd die here, but we don't think we will. Ultimately you would though. So yeah, and also this cutscene's pretty neat. Neat cutscene, yeah. I'm not really a big fan of the Tattoon section, but that cutscene makes up for it basically. And then we finish Tattoons, and then we're done. We're Tattoons. Then we've still got Bokoblin Base, then we have Skykeep, and then the end of the game. So about an hour from the game. Yes, his father is called UK Land. I don't know, it's just funny. Yep, cool. Nunchuck work, please.
yeah, sometimes with menuing, it like the game just for some reason can misread your nunchuck inputs when you're trying to select things in menus. Yeah. It's really weird.
So I believe we are sub 6 pace, I think, right now. From the looks of things, yeah, it definitely looks like sub 6 pace. But this is coming up next is Bokoblin Base, which anything can happen here. Because you're on such low health and so little room for error.
Yeah.
So basically, just to recap, the minecart escort was hard because there's this end room, which if you lose your rhythm, it's really bad. Then there is the Tattoons, which is really hard because if you like drown, you're fucked. And then there is the this, which is really hard because you are basically have no weapons, you have no gear, and you're at really low health.
Yeah, so basically the volcano erupts, and then you're left with all your items taken away, and you take force damage down to 2 hearts.
Yeah. Now we can like heal and stuff, but it's not really faster to do that. So basically, this guy has like log limit, so we can at least get out of here. And then most of the Bokoblin base is just getting several like items and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. Casually, I always thought this was kind of a fun area, but in the speed run, it's a lot more stressful because you're doing it on 2 hearts, and there's like, it's like mostly okay, but some of the underground areas, there's mold orms that can kind of troll you potentially.
Yeah, so a lot of it's really hard. Yeah.
And also, yeah, you need to not get caught by any of the guards, which isn't too hard because the guards like have a hard time noticing you if you sprint right by them, but if you do mess up your movement, you can get caught and then you wind up having to start from the beginning.
P-hat skip. I'm not going for P-hat skip. I don't know how to do that. Okay, well, you can sometimes do like a thing with a bomb here, but I don't really know how to do it, so I did kind of try, but it didn't seem to really want to cooperate. That's fine. So just a few more bombs, and then we should be out of this first underground section.
Yeah. And eventually there's going to be a platform cycle that we want to make the first platform on the platform cycle, and
Yeah.
that's something that's fairly tight. So like all of the movement in this area is really important to get right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think because I like messed up that like bomb stuff, I don't think I can early cycle. I might be able to, but not great. Alright, so yeah, gust bows again. We're gonna get our inventory back one by one, and yeah, and hopefully not die. Bonk.
Another example of a bonk that doesn't lose any time.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can just get past this guy, but I do kind of want to be a little bit more safe. So I'm just gonna kind of hang around here. Then I should be able to sprint on the outside. I'm good. Great. So yeah, there's a bunch of like mold domes here, which is really annoying. You could not be in a worse situation right now. Oh my god, okay. I'm gonna hang back. Don't you dare turn down here. Right, okay. Jesus Christ. Now, turn to the left. No. You bastard. Okay. Right, cool. You suck, by the way. Okay. That was really bad RNG, but whatever.
Yeah.
I haven't seen worse Moldom RNG, to be honest. That's like about as bad as it gets. Normally you're able to just roll through that. So cool.
Yeah, I had a run where I died to that mold orm just because I took it really greedily and paid for it.
Yeah. That's kind of why I was being like really cautious, because I've done that as well, where I've just kind of like hit him and just kept going, and it's just, yeah. You kind of pay the price for it, so I just want to make sure. As well as I'm based on world record pace right now, which is good. Well, I'm on sub 6 pace, which is like insane for this category. Pad mold on, this is unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, we don't call them troll dorms for nothing.
That wasn't actually the dowsing wheel, that was the B wheel, and most of them were bokoblins because we still need to get those items, because we don't have those items. So we're just basically going through bokoblin base getting the items. And yes, I know you can skip this P-hat, but I don't know how to, yeah. Okay. So now we got the whip. Yeah, don't get crushed by that. That would be quite good. Okay, Tato, shut up. But no, yes, I just joke. I get it, yeah. Me suck? No, I am best Skyward sword runner. Okay, no, but yeah. Oh, yeah, I still need to. Oh, yeah. Do this again because there's one behind it. I keep getting that at all. Alright. Okay. I'm world record holder. The world record is 6 hours 10 minutes, and it looks like I'm on pace for that. Cool, right. Okay, yeah, I mean, I will say the world record is kind of bad, so it was like my second run, and because this is not a very competitive category, sadly, it's like, it's not too hard to get world record, assuming you're somewhat decent at this game. Just don't die at minecart. I didn't actually die at minecart this time. I did in the world record. But yeah, I think right now we're about 15 minutes, I think. Okay, so slingshot. There is a kind of Tassoni trick where you can skip this slingshot, but I'm not gonna go for it. I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like so incredibly tight that it's like not really worth going for.
Yeah. Also, I need
like
seeds. I remember that. Yeah. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get some seeds. Where is it? Which book? Oh, it says, okay. Got the wrong thing. I'll get both of them. Why not? And assuming I don't mess my aim up like I almost did then, I should be good. Okay, so now I think we basically got most of our B-Wheel items back, except for the bow and beetle, but they're not useful right now. Yeah, we got all the ones that matter to complete for Goblin base. I get 2. That was kind of stressful. Sometimes you can like easily miss those shots for like no reason, and then you basically just die. So I kind of just took extra care in those, but it should be good. Keys, don't you dare. Okay, so in here we should be able to get our sword back, basically. Yeah, so here's our sword, so now we can actually, like, kill people. Yeah, cool. Yeah, ooh, fire's back. I agree, yeah. Fire bad. Okay. Yeah, but I picked up 2 bombs because that's all we really need to complete the run now. Also, I'm going to enter here and then exit because that's convenient death warp. Okay, that was convenient, nice. Yeah, now, and this just should be where basically all my stuff is. And now I can die, basically. Yeah, now here's the rest of the stuff, and now we can die. So that was a really good song with a hero, so far. And now, and now we can go ahead and get to the Fire Dragon, and that's pretty much the Song of the Hero complete. Then we just need to go back to Levias to get to the Skyloft trial. Okay, so not too much is actually left of this run, I don't think. Probably right now in terms of time. I think this is pretty good, actually, yeah. We're about 15 minutes ahead of PB, and that is, well, it's definitely sub 6 pace. But I don't want to speak too soon because we still have Skykeep and Ending coming up. And now Ending is just generally hard, but I guess so is Skykeep to some extent. In some ways.
Yeah, well, hard part number 1, remembering to go talk to Levias.
Yeah. Yeah, like dowsing is essentially useless except for like some people still use it to find sand ship. I do use it for sand ship, but yeah. That's just me. Yeah, just don't die to Courage or More, then it should be good, yeah. Those are 2 like really kind of hard places, yeah. Almost fell off, but didn't, so cool. Yes, we have to do coverage room in this category. Because in any other category you don't actually have to because of back in time. Like you can like do what's known as a reverse bit warped, a reverse bit magic to basically proof away the lever or whatever. But as back in time isn't allowed in this category, we just have to do it normally. I got tornado. Okay, all good. Cool. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Courage Room is definitely really fun to play through. Imagine thinking this game is fun. Cringe. Boy, there's nothing cringe about that. Right. So now we can do the final trial, which is the Skyloft trial, which means doing half cancel for a 5th time. This is the only category which has to do half cancel 5 times. So that's cool. I've done it all 4 times currently, but let's see. Nice. Alright, did it, nice. Hard cancel 100%, let's go! Yeah, you do Battle of the Goddess and like the Thunderhead, yeah. Yeah, good job Mario Runner, yeah.
Yeah, so there are some interesting things to this Silent Realm.
Yeah. I'd say this is definitely without a doubt the hardest Silent Realm. But yeah. But it shouldn't be too hard. There are a few kind of close bits, but I think we should be fine.
Yeah, there's a lot of cycles that ideally you want to be able to make, and yeah, a couple parts that I think look scary, but they're not like that bad.
Yeah, I do think you have to make specific watcher cycles here. I think it's just there's 4 of them, but but 2 of them are kind of together. Like if you get the first one, you'll probably get the second one. Alright, so we're gonna basically intentionally go on water here because it's just more convenient to do this instead of having to go all the way back. Yeah, time to be Jesus and walk on water.
Yeah, the waking water here is actually solid.
Yeah. This looks close, but it isn't too bad as long as it didn't run out of stamina. Okay, also you can just clip through this. This is required to you just at least in second time to. Well, that was okay. I didn't really clip through it, but that still worked anyway. Yeah, you can just do that and it works. But yeah, that makes this watcher cycle. That makes another one as well. And we're almost done with this, and it's sub 5:30, which is decent. Yeah, here's the other one as well, but again, if you get the first one, you'll definitely get this one as well. And done. With the Skyloft trial. Okay, so that was important in order to was important in order to get into the final dungeon, which is Skykeep. Then once you get Skykeep, we can collect the 3 pieces of the Triforce, and then we can essentially just be done with the game, after the ending, of course. So yeah, still a little bit more to do, but I'd say we're about 30 minutes from finishing, if anyone's wanting to get set up. Alright, let's re-equip the shield again, because why not?
But yeah, the reward for that trial is the Stone of Trials, and basically it's the missing eye from this statue that's over here.
Yeah.
And then we have more aiming down with the claw shots.
Yeah, great. Don't know so much of it in the game, but cool.
Now for the only dungeon map that you are actually required to get.
Yeah, because all the others you don't need to get, but this one you do, because it like reveals the map of this year. But yeah. Do I remember how to do this? No. Alright, there we go. Now the whole entire dungeon is a sliding puzzle, so we're just gonna want to go ahead and do that.
There's a lot of really cool tech in this dungeon.
Yeah, I think this is like definitely like top 3 dungeons for me. I think this is also like another popular dungeon. Okay, so some more precise bow shot. It's not that precise, you just have to know what you're doing. Right.
You definitely want to remember to shoot that pirate there, because
Yeah.
otherwise, like, the backup with the hook beetle's really slow.
Yeah. Like if you have yeah, if you have like, this is like kind of why we want to like have like arrows at this point, because it's really useful. Not that it matters, because we're gonna get arrows here anyway. Right. Come on, there we go.
Yeah, climbing up that ladder is really tricky because there's that dead Centrope kind of in the way.
Yeah, he's like, he's not in a very convenient space, I'll be honest. Okay, so now, what the dungeon would want you to do is it would want you to, like, use this time shift stone or time shift orb throughout the entire room, but we don't need to because we can just basically shoot every next target without it.
Yeah, so like they kind of forgot to protect that switch from the bottom.
Yeah. A bunch of other switches that are coming up that you'll see that like they're kind of without time shift stone they're kind of hard. You like, have to hit them in kind of precise spaces, but you can still hit them, which is kind of funny, except that one. because I'm bad at game. Okay. So if you stand at a very specific point and aim at a very specific position, you can actually get these. Like that. Nice, okay. So now I'm gonna go all the way back and get one of like the 3 Triforce pieces, because that's basically the point of this dungeon, is to get like all the Triforce pieces.
So yeah, here. So Fi is going to tell us about this long auto-scroller section that the game wants us to do. But the game also gives us vines in a room with lava.
Pretty much, yeah. And so we can like do close shot vine clipping and then basically clip back in with some more vines, and then boom, we're right at the end of the room.
Yeah, that's like the only room in the game where the claw shot vine clip is actually useful.
Yeah. And this is why I say like quote unquote glitchless, because that is what I just did there is no, without a doubt a glitch, but yeah. Like, I mean, the main reason why I don't hesitate to call this a glitchless category, because if you compare it to all of the other 3D Zelda glitchless categories, this is the longest, so... Yeah. Okay, so more sliding puzzles, because we can. Technically it's pronounced Fi. At least that's what like most people say. I've never heard someone pronounce it like Fee. Right. So now is like the sand ship room, basically. It's more like the pirate stronghold room, but we still call it the sand ship room because this is like... Actually, is this... What music is this? Is this pirate stronghold or is this sand ship room music? I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure it's sand ship. I mean, I have the audio muted.
Yeah, I can't hear because there's like a million enemies around it, yeah. Boy. Yeah, it sounds like sand ship, yeah. Oh my god, come on. Yeah, like we okay, sand ship, yeah. I forgot what the music was like, yeah. Yeah, but like we identify what rooms are based on music because there are like a few grey areas, like this one, and I think the Skyview room is more like Ancient System, like above ground, but because it has like the appropriate music for their respective dungeons, we just call it like... Oh, come on, there we go. That's so weird. Don't know why it looks like that. Yeah, I know it's very different, I just forgot what it sounded like for a sec. I'm dumb. So even though like the Skyview room looks nothing like Skyview, we still call it the Skyview room because there's already an Ancient System room and the music is Skyview music. But yeah, this is just more walking and stuff. Nothing extraordinary.
Yeah, so this is going to be our second Triforce piece here.
Cool, yeah.
just have Courage Trial remaining, but the Courage Trial needs a small key, which requires us to do another room to get that small key.
Yeah.
And yeah, we want to be stocked up on arrows for that.
Yeah, definitely. I messed this up. I messed this up. Great. There we go. Okay. Kind of messed it up, but it's fine. Nicely. And this is what we're talking about. Like, this is the Skyview room, and it looks nothing like Skyview, but yeah. Okay, so first of all, we need to get the small key from Reverse Scurv or whatever his name is. I don't actually know what his actual name is. And then we have to go for like the kind of like this gauntlet of like the courage room.
Your Dread Fuse is this guy.
Yeah, Dread Fuse, yeah.
It's basically the same concept.
Yeah, except he's left-handed, which I don't think makes a difference, but hey. That was a good fight. Good fight. And here's a small key, and then we're basically going to do the courage room, and then we get the final, we get to basically the ending of the game. So we're about 20 minutes from finishing. Right, so virtually every single category except this one can like skip this next kind of gauntlet phase of like the courage room, because they can just like do an RBM and just kind of remove this lever or this these bars. But because back in time is not allowed, we can't do that. So I have to actually do this.
First off, I need to do these moblins, but with the True Master Sword, they go down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
This next room is a test of like how quickly and accurately you can shoot with the bow.
Yeah. This is like a good place to like train bow training, so there's like a lot of things in here. Oi. Put me off, maybe lose a shot. I'm in front of all these people. Right. Yeah, then with all them dead, you can just kind of just kill these Dalfos. And again, we have the True Master, so it's not that hard. Alright, one bomb, let's make it work.
And then in the final room, we fight second Stallmaster, but there's now also a ton of Curse Goblins in the room.
Yeah, we can just like put down a bomb and they're not that bad.
Yeah, because ideally, set it up so that the bomb will kill all of the Curse Goblins, and then you just deal with the Stallmaster by himself.
Yeah, good fight. Good stuff. Yeah, so this is well beyond, like, sub 6 pace. This is good. We still have the ending left, and anything can happen in the ending, because it's so hard.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
like,
have
that was quite a
True
good
Master-
courage trial, as, like, people are mentioning.
But you have True Master Sword and
Yeah, I have, like, True Master and 7
7
hearts, which is, like,
hearts.
okay, I guess. It can still be hard, though. And that's Skykeep, and the issues in, like, the ending of the game, so we're, like, 10 minutes from finishing. I have no idea if Zelda's awake, so this is going to be interesting. I don't know if there's anyone awake to stop the timer. Cool. That's why equally as bad, because even though I'm technically a restreamer of this, I kind of need to go, like, immediately after this run, so I probably couldn't do the switch, so that's great. Anyway, so we're just going to go ahead and do the ending and just hope something happens. I guess. Do double jump, yeah. Lol. Okay, so this is the ending, so the horde fight. This is a fairly difficult part of the run. This is arguably the most difficult fight in the game. But if you're skilled enough, you should be. Well, I say you should be able to get it, like, you should be able to go through it no problem. But yeah. I mean, I would, but I have to literally go immediately as this run finishes, so I probably couldn't actually do anything.
I mean, the big thing that kind of makes this difficult is that, like, the combat system in this game is really well designed for 1v1 combat, and then the game throws basically Hyrule Warriors tech demo at you.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah. To come up with horde skip, I'm going to try and go up this guy's shield. I hopefully will do it. If I don't, I'll leave some time, Tyler. Alright, come on. I got it, nice. And unlike other categories, except maybe Hundo, you actually have the sail cloth here, so you don't take mandatory damage, like you wouldn't like any percent, for example. Right.
Yeah. Then this is a pair of Stalfos, where ideally you want the Stalfos to like have.
Oh my god, come on. That was the weirdest Iron I've ever seen in my life. Okay. Normally he like just keeps his swords pointed in one direction. He doesn't usually change mid-fight for like seemingly no reason, but cool.
Yeah, that was
sure, whatever.
Yeah, that was mostly good RNG up until like the very end.
Yeah, because also you want him to like do you wouldn't want him to do any vertical split attacks because then you wouldn't get any extra bokoblins which could deal damage. Cool. So yeah. Okay, it does look like Zelda's awake, so that's good. Yay. I also plan to use blindfold demise, so stay tuned for that, I guess. Alright, so that's for the horde. That was actually a pretty decent horde fight. Now Girahim. So first phase, you just knock him off this thing. It's not too hard. The first 15 minutes of 80% sure. I think it's fine now. I think we could probably get it covered.
So at the end of these next couple phases, he holds his hands out in like with purple orbs, unless you are managed to get him to attack you near the edge, in which case you can completely skip that part.
Yeah.
And then there's a strat for this next phase, where you can Skyward stab him to extend his time, stun lock.
Okay, well apparently I forgot how to fight this guy, so this is bad. Okay, well I'm just doing this normally then, apparently Skyward stabs on the thing. There we go, Jesus Christ. Yeah, blindfold demise. I'll put my camera on, which I don't know if Zelda will like, he said this is a no camera thing, but I mean it's only for like a minute, and you know, like, you kind of need it to verify that I'm doing blindfold demise. That's kind of cool. Okay, so after this, okay. So now you see my face, my beautiful face, and yeah. It's fine. Okay, good. So yeah, blindfold demise. This is gonna be interesting. And time is when I land the final blow of demise. And yeah, let's see this. Right, there we go. Good first phase. Yeah, first phase you just use the shield and stuff. It's not too hard. Second phase is a little bit harder. You blindfold at least. We'll see. Good. First one's a little tricky, and then the rest is somewhat decent after this. And time. GG.
And yeah, so yeah, I was kind of silent there to let him hear the audio cues, but yeah, demise is a pretty scripted fight if you know what you're doing. If you basically just do the same attacks, then demise will react the same way, which is also why it's a popular blindfolded fight, because yeah.
Yeah, and I think the time was probably the time was still going on the restream, but the timer I got was 5:51:14. So that's what I'll try and submit. I don't know if I will actually be able to submit this because the internet did kind of cut out. So we'll see. I'll definitely keep it as like kind of the unofficial world record until if it does get verified. But that was a really good run. Nothing really went wrong, so yeah. First sub 6 of 80% no back in time and world record. So that's pretty cool. So just before I get yeeted off, I'm gonna probably shout out like a few people from like the Skyward Sword community. First of all, 64-bit link for like kind of helping me commentate, even though it's basically like 8:30 for you and you stayed up all night or something. Yeah, like yeah. That's about it, and I'm basically done here. Yeah.